Thanks so much for joining us. This is MeWe Fairs for energizing body, mind, heart, and soul. We have events throughout the Northwest, many online, and today is one of our online panels. The theme today is, Are You a Starseed? We have 8 practitioners that are on the panel today, most of whom specialize and work with starseeds all the time. I'm not one of them. I'm mostly hosting the panel tonight. Let's see, Zoom has changed where we can get 9 of us up here. I think we've got all 8 of us up here now. It's great. And so it is free to be here to listen and learn tonight, and it's a small price to ask a question of the panel. There's information in the chat, and I'll be putting the information in there again. It's, well, say it's, I think it's 20 to 28 sliding scale and 16 for BIPOC folks. As a step of making reparations. So if you want to ask a question of the panel, it can be on anything, might be on the theme tonight. And please pay first and just let us know in the chat that you have paid to ask a question, and I'll get you in line. So we're going to introduce ourselves so you know who we all are. We're going to talk about who we are, what we do, all of what we do, and talk about the theme tonight of Are You a Starseed? And we have starseeds on the panel. And yeah, and then we're going to be taking your questions. They can be on the theme and they can be on anything. You'll hear just all the different ways that we work. So we can take questions on just about anything you can imagine. Yeah, we're totally excited about this. And yeah, let's just get started. All right, let's see. Let's change up the order a little bit from before. I know I haven't given you any notice. Maybe let's have Christina B, Ryan and Troy, and then Krissey. And then we will wrap around with Karen and Tiffany and DoveLight. I can keep all this sorted in my own head. All right, so Christina B, go ahead, and you've got like 3 minutes, and you'll have a chance to come back and share a little bit more. So if you realize any of you forget something, you'll have a chance to share it again or share it freshly. All right, go ahead, Christina.
Wonderful. So welcome everybody. I'm very excited to be here and meet everyone. So I want to give you first a little bit my story and how I learned that I'm a starseed. So I was born and raised in Germany. And at a very young age, I kind of always felt like I didn't belong. And I remember even telling my mother when I was 5 that I wanted to join the circus because I thought that would just take me all over the world. And I didn't leave right away, but I left right after graduation, and I lived in different countries. I traveled to many countries, and I felt that wherever I went, I always felt at home. And at the same time, I didn't belong anywhere. And I always felt a little bit sensitive and never really fit in with any particular group, and very bewildered by just what I saw, how we live and how we treat each other as humans, right? That can go from very nice to not so nice. And there was a time when I thought maybe something is wrong with me. And that's when I came across the starseed information, and this light bulb went off, and I'm like, just everything in my life started to make sense to me. And so I got really hungry for information, and I learned a lot about starseeds and the symptoms and what the journey is like to really reawaken or remember our starseed origins. And I went on to do a training with Debbie Solaris. I was very excited to learn about the galactic history, which also really informs us a lot on why certain starseed origins affect us nowadays, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, and physically. And there's different considerations to our origins. And I started to also look at the Akashic records from a galactic perspective. And the first time I went in for myself, I did relive my lifetime in Lyra, where I witnessed the destruction of one of the planets, which was very traumatic and emotional. And it really showed me how important it is for us to tap in and activate some of these latent memories to clear them, but also to reconnect with our origins and other wisdom and skills we have from different starseeds incarnations, and bring them to this current lifetime so we can help with the ascension process. So it's been a very powerful journey, not all easy, but that's where we're all coming together here. And I feel very called to support the starseeds and the other light workers, because, you know, things are ramping up, and I'm sure we're all feeling it. And so I like to help people heal, activate, clear, help them, you know, to remember who they are, embrace who they are, bring in that past knowledge, and just align with the mission at hand. And so, yeah, I'm excited to receive questions and learn from the other panelists. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Christina. Troy, and then maybe Ryan. Remember, maybe it was Ryan first and then Troy. Whoever wants to jump in first.
Yes, I'll jump in. All right. Greetings, everyone. My name is Ryan Isaac, and I'm from PsychicLighthouse.com. I'm a starseed through and through. My highest self is a ninth dimensional Andromedan. However, I have lived over 8,000 past lives in this universe, and I have many other starseed aspects in me, such as other than Andromedan. I have Arcturian, Pleiadian, Lyran, Sirian, Reptilian, Alpha Centaurian, and many different others. The majority of my past lives have been Andromedan, and the majority of all my past lives have been extraterrestrial. And 3 of my past lives were during on Earth, where I was an Anunnaki being, where I was a Mesopotamian deity called Ninurta, Nimrod, and King Gilgamesh. And yes, I did not believe that either until I went under past life regression multiple times and experienced those past lives myself and talked to many different psychic channelers who validated those past lives. And in the past 3 years, I developed channeling abilities and healing abilities and practiced my abilities in meetup. I'm in over 500 meetup groups and attended over 500 events, and have an ability to identify your starseed origins and read off your past lives like an encyclopedia. And I enjoy giving channel psychic readings, soul mission readings, and past life readings. And more information about me can be found on my website, psychiclighthouse.com. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Ryan. Troy next, and I'll get all the practitioners' info in the chat again too.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Troy in this body, and I am a walk-in. And so what that means is 3 years ago, November 11th of 2020, I had a walk-in experience, and the soul that was born in this body essentially switched out with who I am right now. There's still some remnants, especially with memories and a little bit of personality that I can utilize in this body, but I am myself as a Syrian and Gray walk-in. I am connected with an extraterrestrial group, multi-species group connected with the Galactic Federation. I really think they're kind of like a branch from the Galactic Federation, kind of if the Federation is a tree, they're a branch of it. And so my family are 3 Greys and these 2 Mantis beings who are on a sphere ship in our solar system, as well as they also spend part of their time at the base under Mount Adams that I've visited a few times, the glowing light pyramid. And so, yeah, they're kind of a very evolved race of Greys, as well as Mantis beings are known for very evolved, kind of like the architects and overseers of their projects. I'm here as the ambassador, involved with their hybrid programs, and I'm still learning more and more of what all of that means and what's involved in that. But I'm here as a walk-in, and a lot of my work as kind of an ethereal engineer and boots on the ground light worker has been Reiki and hypnosis and working with people one-on-one. Primarily giving healings of what I do, but within each healing, there's also readings, and I pick up on a lot of their past lives, also spirits that come through for them. So there's always been a psychic component of my work, my healing work. Also, I've always had kind of a celestial or cosmic energy that I infuse and involve with my work. Angels too are a big part of my work. They always have been from like my first hypnotism in what was it, summer of 2021. Angels were there, and they always have been. So that's like one of my main things. Saints are also in my pantheon, and I primarily work with Archangel Michael, Metatron, some others. Zodkiel has been reaching out to me recently. Yeah, really all of them can come through at times, but yeah, so what I do and my purpose here is as an awakener and activator with my work, helping my clients, especially starseeds, clear out things in their subconscious, reprogram their subconscious, as well as throughout their energy. It kind of all goes together, and then also body and mind. And after the necessary clearing, then I also bring in the activation which is the exciting part. Especially when I get to see people really turn their lives around with not only the healing and clearing, but then activation for more of what they're really meant to be doing in this life and their soul's purpose. So that's a bit about what I do. My business is New Being Hypnosis, and you can find me at newbeinghypnosis.com. I also have a YouTube channel, by the way. I've been doing a walk-in talks series, and just today I posted a video that's the first half of my kind of short, a concise version of my story, early story. With the first half of it is really about my walkout. The second will be more like with my walk-in early awakenings. But yeah, the channel is New Being Hypnosis if anyone wants to check that out.
Thanks so much, Troy. All right, we've got, I think, Krissey and then Karen.
All right, I'm Krissey, the Celestial Mystic of Crystal Quartz Metaphysical Shop. My Starseed beginnings I've always been this way. I knew right away, as soon as I could remember, the thoughts that I had as a child, that I knew that I wasn't of this realm. I had knowledge and abilities at an early age that I was tapped into that used to freak people out. I spent majority of my time literally outside staring at the stars. I always had a longing for, I always called it the X in the sky before I actually took the time to research what constellation that was, which is Orion, which is a star in Kemet. So move forward into my years, I ended up coming across a woman called Indigo Angel, and she does natal chart starseed readings, and I had one done with her, and having that done, it basically opened me up to the concept of why I was attracted to things that I was attracted to, like per se lions. Even though I'm born in August, I'm a Leo, I have this connection with the lion. I have this connection with cats, with felines. And one of the things that came up as one of my lifetimes is that I am a white lion light being from the star Regalis within the Leo constellation. So when I learned that, it was like a light bulb went off, is that I'm interested in the things that I'm interested in because of these celestial genetics that I have within myself. And I probably will mention genetics and DNA several times on my talk, because what I've learned through having access to cosmic information, occult information, because of the DNA that I have in me, because of the birthrights I have in me, because of my ancestors of this realm and of the cosmos, I can access this cosmic information that most people can't access. And one of my roles down here on this realm, doing the readings that I do with soul intuitive readings, with cosmic clarity, is helping people understand and kind of get rid of the mysticism around being a so-called starseed, because it's not just something that you just awaken to. It's in your genetics, it's in your DNA. You're pulling in these energies when you come down here, and you already have it in your genetics. It's just that you have to become aware to it and wake up to it. So like I said, once again, finding out that I'm a white lion feline being on another star system, finding out some of my other origins. One of the grandest ones that I came across is that my higher of higher selves is not even from this galaxy. I'm a aurora frequency from a whole nother galaxy that's not even connected to this, that I'm purposely being sent over here to body this frequency in this realm at this time. And like I said, it's not even of this galaxy. So I just wanted to share that a little bit about myself. And if anyone has any questions, I am fully open, and I can't wait for this panel to really dive into what people have to ask. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I think we've got Karen next, and then Tiffany Rose and DoveLight.
Hello, all. My name is Karen Coccia with KarenCoccia.com. I am a quantum intuitive healer and a soul alignment coach. And that soul alignment is really key. And that's what I call both my sessions and coaching, because it's all about really, my mission is to guide others back to their authenticity, to their power, to their magic, so that they can remember all that's possible in their lives and in their bodies. And a lot of that is working with Starseed clients and helping them access their galactic lives, their galactic records, and aspects of themselves. Because the way that I have understood embodiment to be is that we have, like, our soul creates these extensions of itself, and we can constantly be in multiple bodies because there is no linear time. So we can actually connect these different aspects of ourselves right here, right now, and connect to other embodiments that we have living in other galaxies, in other dimensions. I've connected with aspects of myself that don't even have a body, but it's more of a light body, and I could jump through time and space time. So I have really downloaded that my title is the Awakener, and that I'm here to inspire people to wake up, to really start exploring their journey, and to remember that we are not just these lowly humans that we have been really conditioned into believing that we are, and that there's so much to human nature that is actually galactic in origin as a whole species. And we are the interweavings of so many different species. And actually, at the last online MeWe fair, I even walked many people through connecting to different embodiments of themselves, whether that be galactic or celestial, and telluric as well. The sky, I hate to say the sky is a limit, but there is no limit. So I'm really excited to be on this panel tonight to help explore whoever comes forward and wants to ask about these questions, and to really learn more about what everyone else's journey has been like. I'm in the process of writing a book about my own journey and discovery and activations as you walk through reading this book, to help everyone who reads it to activate their own connections with their galactic lives and their highest potential timelines and potentiality that they have available in this embodiment, and to really awaken as many people as possible.
Thanks so much, Karen. Tiffany Rose, and then DoveLight.
Hi, everyone. I'm Tiffany. I started doing energy work well over 10 years ago, but my Starseed journey is a little bit sooner. My mom sent me a video, actually. My mom is a spiritual guru master, and she sent me this video on YouTube in 2020, and she's like, Tiffany, this girl, she's you. And it was a video of an Andromedan girl, and she did look like me, and she acted like me, and everything about the video was literally me. And I was like, wow, Mom, that's pretty cool, like, all right. So I didn't know anything about the term starseeds at that point. But I became quickly very interested in it. A year later, Mom and I went down to Mount Shasta. I say down because we're in Oregon here. We went down to California and went to the Galactic Convention, where we hung out with Alex Follier and a lot of other big names, Laura Eisenhower, trying to think, Vivian Chauvet, she's considered an Arcturian hybrid. She told me that day that I was Arcturian. And at that point, I was still really, really attached to being Andromedan. But I was like, okay, cool. I had a reading with her a couple months later, and she told me things there was no way she could have known. Like the fact that I had my grandmother's cedar chest in the living room with all the memorabilia from 20 years ago. And she told me, everything you're looking for is in the cedar chest. So I didn't look for 6 months later, but she was right. Everything connected to my past lives was in that cedar chest. So that was really kind of my beginning. And then I became obsessed with, how can I figure out, like, mapping the stars with your astrology? And so I was doing that by hand for a really long time, and doing Etsy readings, giving people their origins, and just talking starseed stuff. Earlier this year, I finished my Reiki mastery, which I had started a long time ago, but just kind of put it aside for a while. And in my final mastery with my instructor from Brazil, I was led through this procedure to remove fear implantations from my etheric body. Now, I didn't really believe in this, but I did everything she said and woke up the next day with no fear. 3 different doctors told me what a difference they saw in me, how my energy was calm, and it shifted a lot of things. Well, I had been getting psychic messages, and I never considered myself a psychic until recently, honestly, but I had been getting lots of clairaudient messages, clairvoyant messages, tons of stuff, but I wasn't seeing the actual beings yet until I did that procedure. So that is something that I offer to people, leading you through removing that. After I did that, the beings that were communicating with me, I started to be able to actually see them. And I had an Arcturian walk into my bathroom and give me a hands-on blessing, which I couldn't believe. Clearly they knew that I was trained in Diksha from India, where, you know, it is a hands-on transmission. And I saw it, felt it, heard it. And then a couple days later, I asked, can I know your name? And to my surprise, I got the name of my grandmother. And I was really scratching my head like, wait a second, Grandma, you were a Jehovah's Witness when you were on Earth. Yeah, my whole family are Jehovah's Witnesses. And now she's coming in as an Arcturian and giving me messages. And now I'm realizing that she's giving me messages like 2 or 3 days before it happens. So the premonitions are coming in. And then I took a course with Julia Balaz in Ireland for galactic astrology, quantum soul guidance and galactic astrology. And that just opened everything. So I now do sessions with pendulum channeling, galactic oracle cards. I have like a couple dozen decks that I pull out randomly. I pull in the astrology. I'm also a galactic Reiki master. I finished my Arcturian Reiki mastery class this morning, so I was very excited about that. That'll be thrown up on my website real soon. And then the final thing to say is just that I'm also a spiritual business coach. So if you need help getting your business online and this is where your heart is, my heart is really for humanity. So if that's important to you to get yourself in that direction, hit me up. I will help.
Thanks so much, Tiffany. DoveLight.
Hello, everybody. I'm DoveLight from DoveLightOracle.com. If you're part of this community, you know me already. I'm gonna read 5D Starseed by Kimberly Meredith. I am born a starseed, born in a third-dimensional body. I am a starseed, an angelic light being. I am here on this earth plane. I was sent here to complete a mission. My purpose is to help humanity in some way. I am a starseed to assist the earth and humanity with the ascension process. The ascension process involves raising the energy to a higher vibrational frequency, to shift the consciousness into a heart-based conscious universe. We are starseeds. The 1111 triggers an awakening of the starseeds as we move humanity forward. I am born a starseed, born in a third-dimensional body. I am a starseed, an angelic light being. I am here on this earth plane. I walk my path to the awakening as many other starseeds join together and open up their hearts to the divine light mission. We can all save this universe. I'm just a regular person. I'm a human, and the moment that I choose to be on this planet in a soul level, I became a child of the planet Earth, child of the divine, child of Mother Earth, the part of the plant. I have bones. If I don't eat, I get hungry. If I don't drink, I get thirsty. I have a multidimensional body, which means that in my case, might be different from everybody. My suffering generally stops when I surrender that I am from a source of light. We all come from the divine source. We all come from the light. You are beautiful in your essence. So if you genuinely connect to your spirit, to your soul, you will understand, you might not like it, but in a deeper level, you might surrender and agree that you at this moment are on the airplane because of a great love that you have from a greatest purpose, for a greatest source, that you are still connected at this moment. My suffering stopped when I was able to, in my own little knowledge, understanding that I must love the source so much. I must have extremely unconditional love for a power higher than me, that I allow myself to become in this beautiful but crazy world that I never understood since day one. Since I was in my mom's womb, I was born in a beautiful woman who suffered a lot of pain. So she was in constant stress and anxiety, energetically attacked, physically abused. And I remember, since I was in the womb, I was already being attacked by the external energies. Why? Because we live in a beautiful world. It's a beautiful world and we're moving forward, but there is dark and there is light, there is shadows, and there is things that we challenges that help us grow. So it was extremely difficult for me. And one of the things that I can tell you for sure, I'm not a licensed mental health psychology. And if you need help, there is like a suicidal helpline that we can provide. It's free, you Google it. But I noticed that a lot of the starseeds, and it's only, a starseed is only also just a name, feel like they don't belong here. And there are children who grew up with suicidal thoughts, like, oh, if I leave this world, I will go somewhere else. Or you have this knowing that this is not home, like this is strange, this is weird, and you don't fit in. So that's when my healings start coming, when I surrender and I reconnect to it, because I was dead, alive. That was my protection form. And I pray and I hope that a lot of us have the awareness in this talk, so we can help the youth and others, because more and more starseeds are coming into this world. Why? Because they're bringing the frequency to what they're telling me right now. It's because of the process in which the planet has to move in this specific time and space for this planet, because there's actually no time and space in the all. It was that many of humans close up for the purpose of their soul journey or whatever they choose with this free will in planet Earth, they close up. So we needed to renew the frequency. So we bring in more souls that are more open and more attuned to the divine oneness. So when they come here, just with the frequency, they can change this planet. But at the same time, because they're so sensitive and they feel deeply, it hurts them to feel so deeply, they can go to the bottom if they don't have a guidance, so they don't stay in their core of their light. And please, so if this talks helps in anything, or a lot of things is going to help, but please always listen to children. Don't shun them away. Have a listening ear, or just don't disregard what they're saying unless it's really something not safe. Just allow them to be themselves. And the other thing that I was being to be aware, it's the planet Earth. It's also a beautiful planet from the galaxy, from the family. So we call ourselves coming from the other galaxies, the other this and that extraterrestrial, but what about Earth? What is the present moment? The present moment, it's the present moment. And in my case, because my journey might be different than everybody else, and we have to honor and accept that nobody's the same. Sometimes we feel more close, more attuned to certain families or galaxies or beings or dimensional or consciousness even. That's true. Some of them don't have no body, but we all come from source. We all come from the divine. Every single one of us, even the so-called aliens, they also come from the source. We are one. All right. Thank you, everybody. See you soon.
Thank you so much, DoveLight. Practitioners, is there anything else that you want to share about you and your journeys, or what it is to be a starseed? And I know that there's something fun that's probably just getting posted in the chat. And yeah, I know there's some general questions about what a starseed is that we'll be able to take that people don't have to pay for. Oh my. All right. Yeah, so practitioners, anyone else want to jump in and share something?
I just want to follow up on something that DoveLight said, and thank you for sharing that. It's important for us to remember that we are humans and embrace our humanness. It's equally important to connect with our star seed origins and our galactic families, but I think it's important to still stay grounded and embrace the human condition, because we're here to do a job, and it's harder to do it when we're very ungrounded. So thank you for bringing that up a few times. That really resonated.
Yeah, it's great. I finally get the image in the chat, right? So couldn't see it at first. Friends and family running away from us as we are exploring our, right, all these philosophical or out of their ordinary questions.
Thank you for that, Laureli. That's a beautiful image.
It's
Honestly,
Daniel, yeah.
Daniel, yeah. Honestly, sometimes I'm speaking my truth and just saying who I am as a Starseed and Syrian walk-in and all that. I honestly have no more fear of what people really think, and I'm okay with talking about that. But still, I wonder how some family who knew my walkout actually will handle that if they don't fully understand what I am now. So I'm wondering if everyone else has experiences like that, or I'm sure everyone has, but perhaps we can all talk about that relationship to deep philosophical questions, the truth of who you are, and how it may trigger and challenge other people.
Maybe I'll jump in and say, I guess I didn't introduce myself. I'm Laureli Shimayo. I'm an intuitive eye reader, body psychology coach, and matchmaker. And I don't specifically work on starseeds, although I'm assuming I'm a starseed. And oh goodness, I think for all of us, as we grow and shift and change, the people around us don't understand us. And if we've come such a big distance from the people that raised us, the people we grew up with, yeah, I mean, so all of the growth is a letting go and letting the people kind of float off. That sometimes it's got to be really strong, like no, and sometimes it's just letting them float off so that we can be who we are and be like serve our purpose in the world. Yeah, I'll put all my info in the chat too, but yeah, continue the conversation. I think it's great, Troy.
I have another thought about what it means to be a starseed. I know that some of us, of course, we all come from kind of the godly source and light, whatever you want to call it. Many of us I know here have been to many planets and star systems and even multiple galaxies. So I think because of that, it's very unbiased coming from the light to come down to these different worlds. But I think most starseeds on Earth, or all starseeds on Earth I've known of, always have this longing for their home planets or their previous planets, the other planets they've lived on or live on. And yeah, I think there's always just a longing, especially when you're in a world that is as dense as this one is currently still, and not quite up to like the 4, 5, and 6 density or dimensional existences collectively. I know that I've been learning the highest origin and truth of my soul is 11D, which I wasn't familiar with before, but it's hard to describe. But really lovely to learn about that.
Well, I'll jump in real quick on the subject of the longing to go home. A lot of starseeds feel that and go through that for the simple fact that you remember. Subconsciously, you remember where you were. You remember all the lives that you had before you. And when this doesn't feel right here, like if you go to college, you know, and you have a bad day at college, guess what? You're going to miss home that day. You're going to miss your mom that day. So it kind of ties into how a starseed longs for going back home because it's so uncomfortable here. And that kind of ties back to what I was talking about, that I spend a lot of my time still to this day. Whenever I see the Orion constellation in the sky, like a calming comes over me. A sense of relief comes over me for the simple fact that I know that before I came here, that's where I was. I was on that constellation doing my purpose, doing my work there. Then this lifetime I came here. So I remember being there. I remember the sense of joy and happiness I had during our lifetime on that star system. So when I see it in the sky, that gives me a calming, that gives me a joy, especially when I'm going through those moments when I'm like, nothing's going right here. No one's understanding me. I'm not fitting in anywhere. It literally, and maybe if you guys can speak on this too, like literally me just sometimes just staring up in the sky, this just really puts everything back in perspective for me, because I know I'm here for a purpose. And even though I'm longing to go home, I know that I'm here for a reason, and I can't go home. I can't. That's a past thing that I cannot go back to. I have to focus what I need to do here. But every now and then, just staring up at the stars on a clear day and looking out all the different constellations that pop out to me, that gives me that calm and that peace of joy that I need to keep pushing down here.
And let's see, we've got Karen and Christina B in line. I want to mention too, like, so I've never fit, so I don't know that I'm a starseed, so I'm just like throwing that out there as maybe, but like I know I haven't fit in because now I realize I'm neurodivergent, or I also now know that I'm queer, and then clearly I'm psychic, and like so all these layers of not fitting in. So how does one know if one's a starseed, or there are these other things that are going on, and how interconnected are they? And no one has to answer it right now, but these are some of the things that coming up. All right, we've got Karen, Christina, and Ryan. Go ahead, Karen.
So jumping on to that bandwagon of feeling like you don't fit in, when I was a child, I used to aggravate the whatever you want to call it out of my dad, because I remember like, why do you have to go to work all day? Why do we have to work for money here? Why do we always have to look forward to Friday? Why is it only 2 days that we do this? Why does everybody have to go to school? Wait, and I would just like, this is the way it is, and you work because you have to make money. And and it was like, but that doesn't really make sense. And I hope that I don't offend anybody here, but I also remember when I was sitting in church and questioning this prayer of confession, and I'm like, I don't feel like I did anything wrong. I'm like 8 years old. I'm like, I don't feel like I should be apologizing. And then I would actually kind of counter that and be like, like, as long as you are loving and expressing yourself, and like, I don't feel like there's this judge. And so I started really exploring on my own. And this was back in the days before internet and all of these concepts existed. And I started just asking things like, why does prayer work? And I was receiving answers about how it's like this interconnectedness of energy, and how it's similar to like sending a blessing, or when you say, I'm sending you healing vibes, like it's kind of like you can like push that out into the universe and it can be received. And there's like this whole web of interconnectedness. And when you're asking for things, it's the same thing. It's like you're pulling it in. And, I believe that the reason that we come here and don't feel like we fit in, and don't feel like maybe all of this stuff makes sense and it's dense and heavy, is because we are here to lift that vibration, to help us get to that critical mass point of really shifting us into that new earth frequency, which in what I believe, and my belief in my practice, is that we're really in the middle of it right now. And like, there's so many more people are awakening right now. So many more people are realizing that they're not as limited as we have been taught to believe for so long. And there's also a great remembrance happening, because there was so much more open-mindedness way back when than maybe our history books are now leading us to believe. Even Abraham Lincoln, on a side note, used to speak about a species of giants that walked the planet. But now, if you were to say that, you're mocked at. But like, our president, when he was a president, openly spoke about there being giants, And so there's just so much that we have bought as this narrative. And it's more like this opportunity, the more of us that awaken, the more of us that connect and remember, like, hey, this doesn't feel quite right. It's because we're part of that shift. We're here to inspire. We're here to lift up. And, it's that ripple effect that I love to reference. You start to light up, and then other people start to light up, and then other people start to light up. And how much impact can we have when we step into that?
Thanks, Karen. We've got Christina, Ryan, DoveLight, and Troy.
So much goodness, so much goodness. I first wanted to follow up on something Krissey said, and now Karen. I just want to say to Karen, when I was really young, I remember really young contemplating the universe and thinking about the end of the universe. And of course we can't. And there's something in me, I was like, I know the answer to this. And every time I got close to it, I got blocked. So that was the human, right? The 3D veil. I was very interested. I was super young. But coming back to also what Krissey said, so as I said, right, I was from a very young age, I knew I didn't belong, and I kept traveling and living in different countries. And I felt that was part of the Starseed journey. But what I recognized in recent years is more also, this is also part of our task, or certainly my task as a light worker and a grid worker, that I'm being called to different places to activate some of the memories from past lives. For example, for me, this is Mexico, Tulum. I had Mayan lifetimes. So I've been called there many times to activate those memories and codes, and now being called to different places to strengthen the grid work and activate the light path. So I just did Sedona, Mount Shasta, Hawaii triangle, and I'm like, I just think I need a month off. But I think the not feeling belonging and going to different places is part of that light work and grid work as well.
Thanks, Christina. Next, we've got Ryan.
Yes, I just want to say I resonate with what Krissey was saying. I personally, I long for going back to the Andromeda galaxy as being an Andromedan. And I just want to remind everyone that we're all multidimensional beings living a human existence. But we're all always connected to all of our extraterrestrial starseed aspects all the time. So that's why a lot of people and a lot of starseeds have remembrance of who we are and how and what we are. And that's why we always have a remembrance of where we belong, and it's not Earth. And as I do a lot of past life readings on starseeds, and the starseeds I've talked to, that we're always on a mission. We're always on a mission to help people awaken, especially as the Earth shifts from 3D to 5D. And we're always on a mission to help connect with other starseeds who need to awaken, increase their vibration, and let them know who they are and what they're meant to do on this Earth. Because a lot of starseeds are lost. They don't even know they're starseeds. They don't know what they're supposed to do. But in terms of, once they find out what they do, they turn a whole new leaf in their spiritual development, because they align themselves to the life purpose and their soul mission as to being a starseed, and align themselves to their mission while they're here is to connecting with the starseed selves and working with others and lifting the vibration of the Earth. And that's what I have to share. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. We've got DoveLight next.
Can you repeat the question, please? I'm sorry.
Oh, it's really not a question. People just have so much more that they're wanting to share. And we were talking about, gosh, not feeling like we belong. And yeah.
Like I was stating before, in my case, one of my native names, actually, that the elders give me, is literally translated to Starseed, after DoveLight, Starseed, No Hope. And I feel that in my experience, that nobody give you the title of a starseed. Nobody, you don't have to get a certification. Nobody has to name you. It's just a understanding in your heart that you are from the light, just like the constellations on heaven, they're shining the darkness. Here in this planet Earth, you're going to shine whatever makes you happy, whatever you love to, whatever is the truth of your soul, you're going to shine it in the density of this planet. So you become a star, you become a light, because you walk the path of genuine loving and accepting yourself exactly as you are, because many of the stars have the soul contract or the soul lesson. In my experience, that they're going to be different also to shift the consciousness of humanity, that you are to be unique. You don't have to fit in the same mold. You have to express yourself. And when you are in a place when you actually can say in your face, in the mirror, I love you exactly the way you are, I like you, then your mission, your opening, whatever, it aligns to you. Also, it's not good, well, we all have a mission, we all love to help, we all love to service, but in some cases, which was mine as well, I didn't know what's my mission. I still don't know to this day. I still don't know what's my mission. I don't know. don't know what I'm supposed to be in this planet. I don't know what the divine wants me to in a higher purpose. I generally don't know what I want. But what I know, as long as I have my connection with it, as long as I have my feet grounded and take care of myself and use the golden rule, be kind to yourself as you will be kind to others. Don't do to others the things that you will not like them to do to you, even if they choose differently. Don't judge. Then I'll be fine. I'll be okay. Now, I didn't know anything about past lives growing up. I didn't know anything about aliens. I didn't know anything about whatever you want to call it. Yet most of the time that I will go to sleep, I will astral travel to other galaxies. I will remember my existence in this planet. I remember when I was going to other galaxies, other planets to recollect information. I remember as in detail. I remember the shapes, the conscience, a lot. I didn't have nobody when I was a child to explain me what it was. I knew it was not just dreams. I knew my soul was leaving me. So as growing up as an adult, Fatima, healing my inner child wound of not belonging in this planet, which I still was processing. I know now in my heart, the life is only a blink of an eye. We yearn so much home. We yearn it so much that we forgot the life will live quickly. And nobody has guaranteed the day that you will live. If you might die tomorrow, you might not in 20 years, who knows? Life runs in a blink of an eye. One day you're 10, the next day you're 20, the next day you're 40, 60, if you will. So it's momentary. You will go back to the essence completely when it's time to go. But in the meantime, you can meditate, you can dream, you can reconnect, you can go in hypnosis and trance. It will help you because the connection, it's an illusion that will separate. Illusion that feels real, but it's an illusion. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, DoveLight. I think Troy is next.
Yes, great messages. Agree with all of you. Yeah, I think that to be a starseed, it's a few different things. A lot of starseeds have certain symptoms. A lot of starseeds actually have found a health condition or another. Some may be hereditary. Sometimes those can be actually healed with ancestral healing or other energy healing to stop or heal whatever started back in an ancestor. A lot of starseeds have sensitivities, sometimes to certain foods. I know of a psychic starseed woman who sometimes has up to 9 psychic senses active at the same time. She's very sensitive. I think she can't work anymore. She barely goes out. But there's still a bunch of hierarchy beings who visit her apartment all the time, and those beings are like Sasquatch and Mantis beings and others, and some we probably don't even understand. But yeah. Yeah, there's some sensitivities. Of course, there's always this longing, I believe, with starseeds of a home that is much more welcoming and hospitable and unconditionally loving, where you can just be yourself. I think with a lot of starseeds, a common element is the inner child that is, and soul that is so strong that it really can't be squashed. It really can't in everyone, or shouldn't, but with starseeds, I think it's more powerful because they always have this sense that even though there's this capitalist and corporate system that this world seems to be governed by, there's also they have a calling to do something, a spiritual calling, a mission, and indeed there's just that meaningfulness in life. And if that's taken away, or someone tries to take that away, then they never lose that, even if they deviate a little bit. They'll always come back to that. Except some walk-ins, by the way, actually happen while the soul contract is made while a person is alive.
because they get so lost and so burdened with so much stuff on Earth that then they can't actually finish their karmic healing or their mission that they wanted to do, but and they agreed to have this walk-in experience anyway. Mine was predestined before birth, but still my walkout toward the end got kind of lost in the job world as a young adult and stuff. And even though he still had a book and other stuff he was called to do. So yeah, there's a mission always, I think, with starseeds, because that's why we come here, except there's almost always a mission, I have to say. I've heard of some starseeds, especially some walk-ins, who mostly just come here from other worlds simply to live and simply to enjoy life, and flow with the flow and currents of life, kind of like a fish in the ocean. And they don't necessarily have a strong agenda. They don't need to change anything, but just be. And so even that can be powerful. I believe that even that has its own purpose, that kind of life, to just simply hold their presence on Earth. And that helps hold a certain, even tiny percentage of the collective human consciousness of Earth, so that then it just holds that energy in place to some degree. Yeah, but I think a lot of starseeds, especially a lot of walk-ins, end up being healers, or that's a part of their mission, is healing and helping others. I know that's a bit of a talk, so if anyone else wants to chime in, then go ahead. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. I know everyone's got so much to share. So we've got Krissey, Tiffany, and then DoveLight, and then also some questions in the chat. So, and if anyone has some general questions about this that aren't personal questions, you don't have to pay to ask those. So feel free to put general questions in the chat, everyone. And if you have a personal question, we would love to answer a personal question. So that we request that you pay for those and let us know that you've paid for one, and we will address your question specifically. So one question was, do people know if they're a walk-in? Sort of like, does everyone that is a walk-in know? And I'm assuming no, there's a whole process of realizing. But yeah, so, and if anyone here in the room, if you want to share in the chat, if you know you're a walk-in or you believe you're a walk-in, you're asking these questions, feel free to write in the chat. It's fine for it to be a bit of a community conversation today. And all right, so we've got Krissey next.
All right, I just wanted to touch back on your initial question, Laureli, about how do you know not fitting in makes you a starseed, or is it something else? And like a ton load of stuff just came through, but I'm just going to quickly just mention some of the key points. So what I was kind of instructed to say is that regardless if someone is a starseed or not, if they're feeling like they're not fitting in, it's because their frequency challenges the false collective. That's why. You know, the society has basically feeds us this idea of what is a normal and what's not, what is supposed to be fitting into society and what doesn't. And that construct that we are all unfortunately under is false. We're supposed to have gifts. We're supposed to be using our abilities. We're supposed to know that we have connections to star families in other places. We're supposed to know that we have connections to earthly families in the lower realms and whatnot. So if someone's feeling like they don't fit in, it's because their frequency is challenging this false construct that we're all under. Another thing is that if people are feeling like they don't fit in and then they come across being a starseed, it's more so because in every definition that I've come across, it always includes in there feeling like you don't fit in. So then those people kind of gravitate to, well, then maybe I'm a starseed because of just that definition. But it could just be because, once again, your frequency that you're pulling into this realm is challenging the construct that you're basically functioning in. With that said, and I know we're mostly talking about, being a starseed, so basically having connections to the cosmos. We all genetically have connections to earth seeds and root races. So if you're looking to feel like, you need a little bit more oomph in your human nature, once again, your genetics could tie you to other things other than feeling like you have to be tied to the cosmos. There are earthly races here, beings here, elemental beings that people have genetic ties to because of breeding, of hybrid, either the old-fashioned way or through genetic modification. So don't feel that you have to just explore being a starseed. You can also explore being an earthseed. You can also explore if you have genetic ties to the root races that were here that have been modified with celestial genetics. And then another thing I just want to say real quick is people that are here that know that they have connections to the cosmos, we're here mainly because we are here because of Gaia. We are here because of Earth. We are here because we're pulling a specific frequency that she needs for her upliftment at this time. So most of the time, starseeds are walking around once again because of the frequency we pull in, and you can kind of just picture it of us as antennas. And we are grounded into this realm. And we're here because we're kind of like a bypass system for higher frequencies that need to get on this realm. I don't know how out there we want to go, but there used to be, because it's kind of getting broken down, like an electrical grid that used to be around our realm that was intentionally blocking out higher frequencies from coming down here. So they figured out a way to bypass that system. So having us physically incarnate on this realm is the bypass system for these higher frequencies to come down here. So it's like a magnet in its opposite. Once they get around each other, they have to connect. So once we're born on this realm, because of the genetics that we have, we are going to pull in that frequency, regardless if that electrical grid was there or not. So a lot of us walk this realm because of the frequency that we have to pull in, because Earth needs it. Mama Gaia needs that information. That's it.
Okay, great. And after this round of responses, we do have a question, so we'll get to that next. But now we've got Tiffany, DoveLight, and Troy. Go ahead, Tiffany.
Thank you. Thank you. So we're talking about not belonging on Earth. I definitely didn't feel like I belonged in my family. I incarnated into double sides of Jehovah's Witnesses. And, there's all this shame, blame, guilt that gets put on you. I remember being like 3 or 4 and pinching my arm, like, how'd I get in this thing? Like my soul is just peering out the eyes. And I'm like, what is this thing? And my parents are calling for me like, Tiffany. And I'm like, I think those people are calling me. Do I have to listen to them? I remember thinking that. But then as all these Earth programs get shoved onto you, from religion, from your parents, how your parents felt about money, how did they feel about love, how did they feel about each other, all of that gets imprinted on you. And then you're sent to school and you're taught how to raise your hand before speaking, how to stand in line and do all of those things. But that's just training factory workers. They're not teaching you critical thinking. I remember going through school, hating it. I didn't even know I was smart till I got to college because I hated school, but there's too many people, too much energy, and so many mean people. I just don't understand mean people, like I just didn't get it. And so, yeah, I didn't feel like I fit in my family or at school. But honestly, once you realize who you are on a soul level, all those programs just fade, because those are things that other people told you to feel. Those are things that other people wanted you to think about yourself, and it's not true. So when I'm coaching I only work with starseeds primarily. That's one of the biggest things that I see starseeds struggling with is all of the guilt and shame and blame that's been projected onto them. But you came here to make a difference. You came here to change that paradigm. We have had too many generations where there was love lost. There wasn't love. Think about going through the Great Depression and everybody's starving. You know, there's not a lot of love going around there. And then the generations that followed that, and how people felt about mental health, for example. If you had someone in your family who had a mental health problem, you had a crazy person in your family and they were put away and nobody talked about it. And now here we are in, 2023, and it's being talked about. Finally, how all these generations where there was love lost, well, they're also not teaching people to emotionally regulate, to connect with spirit. So when people come to me and their gifts are blocked, I immediately think, okay, what kind of traumas do you have? What kind of programs are you still walking around with that you haven't healed? And let's talk about those and then start working into your spiritual gifts, because a lot of the things that I see starseeds struggling with so heavily, and the suicidal thing is a big one. You just have to wake up to who you are. You just have to remember all of your spiritual gifts. You learned this in a past life. You already know this. So if you're feeling a call, you feel like you're a starseed, you probably are. And as Laureli's saying, I don't know if I'm a starseed, I'm going, girl, you're a starseed. You are such a freaking starseed. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. So a few minutes ago, I just kind of went and asked, like, okay, what's Laureli's soul origin? And I got angelic realm, which would make sense to me personally, because that's also one of my, I came from the angelic realm and then incarnated with the Arcturians. And I don't know your whole soul journey, but I did get that you have really strong ties to Lyra and Andromeda. Those were the two main groups that were coming in for you specifically, Laureli. But honestly, if you're here, if you're interested in the topic of starseeds, you're probably a starseed. I don't think I've ever had someone walk up to me and go, I don't think I'm a starseed, and then have them not be one. Like, you're not going to talk to me if you're not a starseed. I already have that set with my guides. They just walk past my table, or walk past me. So the fact that you even resonate with that alone, you're a starseed.
I guessed in the beginning of the panel, I'm like, oh, I guess I am. Thank you. That's great. Yeah, so these are the kinds of information that we can give you if you want to ask a question of the panel. So we've got DoveLight, Troy, and Christina, and then Lisa is our first set of questions.
I'm gonna be quickly because we have a question about empathy. A lot of the souls, what we call here starseeds, could come to the earth. They come from higher consciousness when they don't have a body. So they're used to feel a lot, to be one, to be in harmony. So when you came down here, you start picking up from everything and everyone that's not in your same frequency, which is the purpose of planet Earth. Nobody's supposed to be at their same level, because that's what the beauty and the diversity. It feels challenging. You want to run away. You get overwhelmed. You sensitive, overwhelmed. And so that's one of the things. Also forgiveness. Most of, if not all of them, it's not the case for everybody, but many of the starseeds has not been blessed into living with families that will understand them. So one of the humans' lesson, if they resonates, to forgive. Forgiveness is will free us, and we will do it. The other thing is many of us love to be involved with psychic, mediumship, hypnosis, meditation, the energy field, because that keep us home. I have my body, but I'm channeling, I'm meditating, I'm downloading, I'm connected, I'm in trance. That keep us home. We love being in those places. So that's another sign. And once again, if you don't need to be labeled called a starseed, you just need to be you. You just need to be yourself. You can be a psychic, a prophet, a reader, astrologer. You might be a Sunday, you might not, but remember, we are one. So everybody.
Thank you, DoveLight, Troy, and Christina.
Okay, so on the topic of feeling like we don't belong here, I really feel like it was my walkout, who was mostly a Pleiadian starseed that we remembered, was the one who felt like he didn't belong here. As a child, he often, especially as a toddler, he was wondering if he was adopted. But of course, he still came from the genetic family that he was raised with. Actually, he didn't. One of his parents did have a donation, generic donation, but on a soul level, he was not from here. And so he always had this longing for the Pleiades, and often it would be traumatizing and painful for him to deal with birth trauma stuff. And so he accumulated a lot of trauma in his lifetime, but myself as a walk-in, I had to heal a lot of that. Yeah, being a walk-in is actually not so easy and a lot of work. But being a walk-in, I feel like I belong here, actually. It took me about 7 months of my integration process after my walk-in to finally feel like I belong in this body. But it's because I came here for a reason. And I've also had, I don't know, probably hundreds, if not thousands of other lifetimes on this planet over the last probably several 100,000 years. And so, yeah, I belong here. Now I'm learning to do a lot more networking almost every day for a while now. I've been doing a lot of networking, getting out there, connecting with communities. I'm just challenging myself to get back out there and connect with people in person more again. But yeah, now I belong here, and so my work is here for me to finish my mission work. So that's my take on belonging or not belonging here.
Great, thank you. And I want to encourage all of you in the audience that we can answer a question on anything. It does not have to be very specifically about this panel topic. So we can talk about all kinds of different things. Christina.
Yeah, I think the topic of belonging is really strong today. And I just wanted to add that in a sense, the moment we split from source, we felt like we don't belong, right? So even in the higher dimensions and the other planetary systems, you know, the urge is still to go back to source, which is also why we separated, right? The separation is that we're getting away to the lowest, unto like 3D right now, to the lowest level, and then we make our way back up to source. And I think that's an important also for me to keep remembering that even if I go back after this lifetime and I'm back on Arcturus or wherever Arcturus, there's still always that quest to get back to source and to source energy. And I have really changed my view on what we might call suffering, right? When things are so difficult and we're challenged all the time. And this is part of the human experience for sure, but also when we're healing things, you know, trauma, pain, and we're struggling, this is one way how we raise the vibration, because we are here to feel. And feeling the emotions is something the higher dimensions don't experience. So it's really important for us to go through it, because that's what they want to experience, what it would be like to be a human. And source energy wants to experience itself in the lowest levels, which is right now 3D. So the challenges and struggles is not necessarily a bad thing. This is really the way to raise the vibration and to reconnect with ourselves. And it often sends us all on our journey. I think most of us will have a lot of stories about how, I mean, the dark night of the soul, right? That's where a lot of walk-ins happen too. And this is where often the major transformations are changing. And that's where many of us are wakening up. So I hope we can reframe the suffering and the struggles into something that is of service, not only to us, but to humanity, galaxy, and the cosmos.
Great. Oh, and Karen's got a little bit. Okay, go ahead, Karen, and then we're going to be bringing Lisa up here.
So, Christina, I absolutely agree with you. And I also want to throw in something that kind of feels a little left fieldish, but it's also part of adding to the beauty and the complexity of the human experience, in that because we are the conglomeration of so many different races and not all of us have that same makeup, it's also that there are some people who are going to be aligned with this type of entity and come from a different experience where they want to experience some, you know, different things. And then there are those who come from this other perspective of, you know, whatever that lineage is. And so there's the denser and the lighter frequencies that are kind of built into us. And then there's that choice of where we want to go with it. And then as a whole humanity, the whole collective, there's that sometimes we look at someone and we're like, how is it that they want to approach life like this? And I don't understand them. And I don't get where they could be coming from. And it's because it's literally not part of your makeup, because they're coming from an entirely different lineage, like DNA ancestral off planet, where they live completely differently. They have different values and goals in mind, and there is this light and dark kind of stuff going on out there that has come into this world, and there's these power struggles and all of this stuff kind of going through all of us that is kind of adding to that complexity and sometimes difficulty in navigating our way and our experience. And so I think it's also important to just keep in mind to always give yourself grace, and just know that, as long as it feels like you are following your true north and it feels like you are following what is true for you, it doesn't have to be true for anybody else. And even if nobody understands you, it doesn't make you wrong. It just means that you're coming perhaps from a different point of view, a different life experience, different tapestry than those that might be in your general vicinity or in your biological family and what have you.
Okay, great. And then there's some general questions in the chat about a walk-in. And Troy, I know there are lots of different types. I wrote a little bit. Maybe can you say just a tiny bit, and then we'll go right to, oh, sorry, we're both putting your question, your hand down. Yeah, Troy, go ahead and say a little about that, and then Lisa, get ready to come up.
Yeah, I'd love to. Yeah, I see that. So I can say that walk-ins are not synonymous with the word awakening, although walk-ins always come in for the purpose of assisting with awakening. And just like who was last speaker, or one of the last speakers was saying, I think it was Christina was saying, walk-ins happen from a dark night of the soul, and that is usually true, except there are some exceptions to that, because my Reiki teacher is an angelic walk-in who, she says her walk-in happened in a state of meditation, just like in a moment when her as an angelic walk-in just came in, their part of her, or the other soul left, and then she opened her eyes, and at first she didn't understand that she was a walk-in. Most walk-ins don't immediately. Walk-ins are just, they are another soul from a different dimension. They're always almost always connected with an oversoul or a soul family, or a soul that you're in resonance with, and they come in to switch out with the soul that is having trouble finishing its contracts, or has already set up the contract before the body was born. Yeah, so a lot of walk-ins do happen during a dark night or even a near-death experience, or a time when the body is very unconscious. My walk-in happened kind of in a mild dark night after my walkout was actually let go from a job that was just kind of enough shock to open him up. And then the psychic surgery happened that night, going into November 11th. And the night came in, and so it took me a bit to actually realize that I'm a walk-in, and that two different psychic readers on different parts of North America told me the same thing, that I'm a walk-in and I have past and serious. And then I also remembered more of that I'm the continuation of my walkouts, Gray and Mantis family contact experiences, and so I come from them, and that's why he was having those contact experiences, awakening to that directly later in his life, but then also throughout his whole life he was going up on the ship, and so that was really all to prepare me, or prepare him to like allow me to come in, and then we have that memory and knowledge, and yeah, no, I'm here as a healer, and that's similar to some other walk-ins, but every walk-in is very different, as each soul is very different. So I hope that answers that question. I'm open to answering other question or clarifying more if someone needs.
Yeah, that's great. That gives us some more context and idea. There isn't a long line for questions yet. I've currently got Lisa, and then I may have Jay, and I may have S in line. And I know there's some question about ways to pay. We could get Lisa started with questions, and I could open up a breakout room so that someone that wants to pay can come in and I can run it on my square. So I might do that, and then I'll just hop back and forth. And some other people are attempting to pay by Zelle. I know I just moved my Zelle account around, so. All right. Well, let's bring Lisa up and get started on Lisa's question. And so some of our practitioners in the audience too, and Lisa is one of our practitioners. So this is great. We all get to support each other and, support and empower the community more by asking questions of each other. So Lisa.
Great. Thank you, Laureli. Hey, Mystics. It's so good to see all of you and be on the other side of the table for once. So I'm really loving this panel, and it's giving me a lot of hope and inspiration because I don't know a whole lot about starseeds. And I've heard from a couple of practitioners that I'm a starseed, and I have several, I feel like a Heinz variety kind of starseed, as in, all kinds of different races and so forth that I've embodied over time. And I'm not even sure if I'm getting that right. I remember last year when Laureli was holding one of these panels and I was sitting back with my camera off, and I was doing a little bit of automatic writing because I had heard what I call angel radio in my right ear. And the angel said, get ready. I forget what they said, but it was, join us in unison. And suddenly I could feel like these angel wings just sprout, or dragonfly wings, something sprout from my back. And I'm like, oh my God, this is so cool. I wish somebody could be here. So being able to listen to this conversation and get in touch with my spirituality in one form or another has just been incredibly enlightening to me. So thank you for that. So my two questions. One, back in March, I had a dream, very brief. The dream was a white box is gifted to me from some dear friends who have passed. They were my adoptive parents back when I was a late teen. And inside this box they gave me was a thin gold band and a title card that read 250-258 BCE. Can anyone tell me what they meant by that?
Real quick, can you repeat that last part again?
Sure. A white box inside a gold thin band and a title card that reads 250-258 BCE. And I don't even remember writing this down. When I came to join the panel tonight and to listen to all of you, it popped up. So my spirit guides, my spirit team, I know wants me to ask this question.
Lisa, I'm getting a sense and kind of just a strong sense and information that that was one of your lifetimes back then.
Thank you. There's a lot going on during that time, so I'm curious.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got, I don't know if did you start or can I go with others? I wasn't sure what was.
I'm sure.
That's all I'm getting for now.
Yeah, we'll come back. So I've got DoveLight, Ryan, Christina, Karen, Krissey. So go ahead, DoveLight. And I'll let you know at 2.5 minutes, and then Ryan's 3 minutes. I'll just let you know and then finish up your thoughts.
And the first time that I was picking up was, Lisa, do you really need to ask somebody else if you already know the answer in your soul energy field? That's the first thing I was picking up for the guys. I'm not lying. The other thing that was picking up was where was the moon around the time that you dream of? Because and relate that to your astrology chart. Because not only the moon will tell you in the stars what constellation you are more closer to it, but it's going to give you information about a star galaxy family. They're telling me that their planets align in that moment with a soul purpose, that they're also telling me that you cannot judge the way that you receive information. And as you already know, do not compare yourself to others. Do not compare your journey of how far you can go, because you are unlimited and you are walking the path when you know it. It's not about results per se, even though you love results. It's about moving forward. You're also becoming very empathic. You are able to see both sides of the situation. And what they're telling me with the box, with these numbers, I will tell you play the lottery. Estrella, I'm not gonna like you. Second, I will also tell you there is definitely a connection with a past life. And there is also a specific code frequency, but this is not a code that you have to look in Google, like the angelic number of 2, the angelic, no, it's not gonna work that way. The recommendation that they're telling me is this is a gift from the divine. The box, the little box, this is a gift from the divine for you. The resonance that I'm personally getting is that you have to, if you allow yourself to be in a safe place, generally a loving place, nature place, pamper yourself with things that you love, to genuinely meditate and listen. It's gonna come to you number by number. They're telling me that each number has like it's like a code that's downloading information about past life, information about opening new gifts, because I feel like they're telling me that you are ready to shift and to have new gift opening, because you are choosing they're telling me about you shifting your life in a new direction, and because you are aligning your soul purpose to help them, generally helping others, and you have to trust that they're going to open yourselves to certain gifts. Now the angelic realm, the alien realm, they love us and they want to help us to fulfill our purpose, and they want humanity to move forward. They trust you. They're telling me that they trust you, even if you don't see it at the moment, that you can help this planet. You can change the frequency of this planet by doing your passion and that you love. You have to trust her. Don't judge it. And that's what I'm picking up. I'm not supposed to give you a straight answer. They want you to find it, but they're telling me that this is a gift from the divine in a soul level purpose, that with the box and the number has a meaning with with astrology, and it's also a personal download that I'm picking up. Well, that was for me. And thank you so much for always supporting everybody. You're really nice.
Thank you. Thank you, DoveLight.
Thanks, DoveLight. Ryan's next.
Hi, Lisa. Do I have permission to contact your spirit guide?
Yes, please.
Thank you so much. Please give me a minute and I'll connect with your energies and investigate this white box and what this number means. One moment, please. Connecting with your energies now. One moment. Speaking with your spirit guide, please give me some time. One moment as I get to the bottom of this for you. One moment. Receiving a message. Okay, I have an answer for you. The gift was a box about a past life. So DoveLight is correct. It's a past life, but this past life you were actually a Pleiadian, and you were connected. This was a gift to know about your Pleiadian lifetime during that time in 250 BC was you said. About that time frame, you had a Pleiadian reincarnation, and it was about connecting with your Pleiadian, one of your Pleiadian, because you have a Pleiadian aspect of you. One of your aspects is Pleiadian, and so this gift was about remembrance, so you can remember who you were. So DoveLight is correct in saying yes, it was a gift about you remembering who you are about this past life, and it was a gift to know that you are connected to your Pleiadian aspect and your Pleiadian self, and so that was important for your Pleiadian aspect to allow you to remember who you are, and that's exactly what that was, and that information is coming directly from your spirit guide. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan.
All right, next is Christina.
All right. So I think you're going to get very different readings, which is super cool. So you can use them all. So what I got for you, Lisa, was certainly related to a past or parallel life on this earth, Gaia, in particular during the times of Atlantis. And I felt like you were in a certain role of status at the time that was most likely because of your family line, not necessarily that you were elected. It was just you were in a certain family of status and you were given a certain role that had influence for a short time. So there was leadership status. I felt that you potentially had to, because Atlantis was a high technology civilization, but the technology was not shiny like we have it today. It was more integrated into nature. And I feel you had to potentially hide or store some of your knowledge at a certain time during that civilization. And it was stored in that golden, which I see more as either a wristband or something that goes on your arm. I see it more as a smaller gold band. So the band is both symbolic for the status that you held and stores some information and codes for you. There might have been some feminine aspect that you had to hide away because Atlantis was very much ruled by the divine masculine, which was also why it went under. And I feel that this band or piece of jewelry will come back to you soon, if it hasn't already, for you to reactivate and reclaim some of that information that was in there.
Very cool.
That's what I got.
Very
Yeah.
cool. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Karen's next.
Forgot to unmute there. Sorry. Good to see you. So I was getting, as has been said already, that this is a past life from our perspective, right? Because no time and space actually exists beyond our human lensing. But it feels like this was your first incarnation on this planet, and also your last until now. And
what does that mean?
meaning that in between that time and now, you have not been on Earth.
Oh, okay.
And there is a deep remembrance available to you. And if you go into meditation and ask how to integrate those memories, all of the visuals you were getting, it's kind of, I've had similar experiences with other beings where they hand you something, or have handed me something, or a client something, where you can actually allow it to integrate and create connections and activate memories, activate gifts. And so I agree with what Christina said about you being in a leadership position. And it's very important that you've come back to this planet at this time. And the remembrance of that life is required in this life.
Okay.
So it's really about, you have that information and it's kind of locked within you. So if you get yourself into a nice soft space where you can kind of connect in and ask, what were those? How do I activate it? Feel into your body, really feel into where it's being housed, because it actually feels like it's on your back. And see if you can unlock them, integrate them, and then see what information steps forward for you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, next we have Krissey, Tiffany Rose, and Troy.
All right, the information that was given to me based on what you described about the box, mainly the gold, what was it, the gold, what was it again?
Band.
Yeah, the gold band, and then the time frame. But it's a time frame, first of all, 250 to 258 BCE. What I got was, it's a snapshot and galactic time of influence. There were beings that orchestrated, that's the word I was trying to think of, orchestrated events during that time. And you were an oracle in communication with them. So you were like the liaison of what was going on between these races and between the rulers of that kingdom or dynasty during that time. Because I don't know if y'all see me all up in the computer and stuff. I'm a researcher. That's what I do. When I get information, I research. And that was one of the things I came up to. When you get this information, research, Google, find out what it is and what they're giving you. Because when the higher realms, beings of the higher realms communicate with us, they're doing their part, but it's also hard for them to kind of downgrade their frequency to talk to us. So you're only going to give us but so much. But they're doing it because it's forcing us to upgrade our frequency to get in alignment with them. So if they're giving us information, we need to do our part of researching and figure out what's the other half of it. Because they gave you the one half, now you got to figure out the other part. So the other part of it is that band, because you know what that looks like. We don't know what that looks like. They were saying when you're doing your searching of the events during that time frame, do the image search and see, like, based on the attire, based on the jewelry that are people wearing during that time, then you'll be able to find out which dynasty or kingdom during that time you were a part of during that phase of an influence of those beings orchestrating certain events and you being the oracle during that time and being the liaison between the events that are going on. You were there. That was, like everyone's saying, that was one of your lifetimes, but you're going to have to put in the work to figure out what kingdom that was, and what beings exactly that was having influence over that time frame.
Super. Thank you very much.
Great, Tiffany Rose.
Man, you guys all had so much great things to say. I just have to say that. And what a varied topic for these questions. I was seeing ancient Greece tied to the armband, and like Christina was talking about with persecution, I was definitely seeing the armband being worn. So I was getting ancient Greece, and there's an ancestor coming through, and I got the name Tabitha. I don't know if that's just so that we have an earth name to use, because sometimes their names are not pronounceable, in my opinion. But I did also get that she was Pleiadian, so I think that goes along with what I think Ryan was saying something about Pleiadians, maybe earlier. I'm getting that she's an aunt, and I don't know if she was your aunt when you were Pleiadian, or if that's more tied to earth, because I was feeling like definitely tied to the ancient Greece era. The thing that I'm getting as far as them giving you that gift of the armband is that they want you to remember. They want you to remember who you are, because you've already done this before, and your gifts are so much bigger than you think they are. And so by giving you that, they're tracing it to that particular life where you had enormous gifts, you knew how to use them, as the other, practitioners have already said. So they want you to open, expand more, and really remember your gifts from those lives, because the second you remember that you can do it, you can do it. You don't need to take a class. You don't need to do any extra training. You just need to go inside yourself, follow your intuition and your instincts about what's drawing you. If you're curious about a topic, dive into it. If you're really feeling drawn to something, follow that. Follow all of your inner urges, your intuition, your gut, and it will take you somewhere. Be okay with not knowing where it's going to take you. Yeah. Be okay with knowing that there's going to be, it's all about the journey to get there, not the destination. And on a soul level, you're evolving in a way that can heal all other timelines for you. So,
yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we've got Troy, and then DoveLight's got a little bit more.
Okay, so I have to say, I think everyone has a piece of the puzzle, and Karen was correct, or it lines up with what I got, that you were a channeler or had some connection, but it also resonates that you channeled star people. I was getting, maybe it was in China, but I might be wrong. That wasn't quite clear on that point. But yeah, it was during 250 to 258 BC that there was a significant, very significant time in that lifetime that you'll probably have to do some more remembrance of your own. But I sensed that it was actually with those, did you say adopted parents, foster parents, who were also your parents or felt that you related to them in that lifetime. But then I also was getting the message that there was something very important during that 8 years, but then there was a time, like it might have been after that period, that you were separated from them. And so, oh, it was also something Karen got that I also got, that just got away from me again. Karen, what were some of the other things you said? No, there was one other thing.
And
Just to
Troy, and I want to
reference.
encourage you that if it's left, just let it go probably for a moment.
Okay.
And I'm just trying to line up. We've got so many questions. So yeah, is there more you want to share, Troy?
Okay. I feel like that's all the important points right now, but yeah, there was an extraterrestrial channeling connection during that significant 8 years. It does feel like oh, this is the point. You haven't had human incarnations in our linear timeline since that time until now. So there was like a gap between those two, but yeah, there's something very significant you'll that'll help you to carry over into this lifetime if you can remember that.
Thank you, Troy. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay, great. And then DoveLight, yeah, if you could just be quick.
When I was picking up, when we're hearing your voice, I was picking what resonates, what doesn't, there you go. I was picking up that you are in a moment in your life which is aligning to that past life soul lesson. It doesn't matter which country, which food, what name, what you take when you leave this planet is your emotion, the experience. So at that lifetime, there was a certain emotion that it's coming again in this lifetime at this moment regarding abundance, moving forward. They want you to believe that you're a limitless being and you can manifest. There is something that you need to manifest, that you generally want to make a project that's going to bring you abundance and it's going to help you move forward. And I'm picking up a lifetime as well when you felt you were in a position of power, but you felt like people were not fair. It was a lot of injustice, so you have to leave that. So there is the abandonment of something that you feel was a great calling for you because you felt like it was not fair. And somehow there is a little bit energetic entangled notch of abundance. If it's not fair, you should not have this type of abundance. Something related to fairness, justice, and abundance. If we're able to clear that up from the subconscious in a soul levels, if you are working in a project that you felt like it needs to move forward physically, it's not, that's going to help it shift the energy completely so you can start something new. Now, the last thing that they're telling me strongly, this is a gift. The box, it's a gift, but it's also remembering a part of yourself that you left behind. Where they're specifically telling me, if you don't want to take a hypnosis or a meditation with somebody, you can do it yourself. Retrace the dream. Put yourself in nature, because I see you in nature in front of water for some reason. It's something related to water. The past life was sitting in front of the ocean. I saw you in nature right now in front of a lake or something meditating by a body of water. If you choose to, oh my God, I'm getting a goosebump. To retrace the dream, find yourself in a calm position, very relaxed, put music that retrace the dream, go back to the dream, call your spirit guides, go back to the place, go back to the box, go back to the number and call them. What this mean to me? Why are you showing me this? And the meditation will continue the dream. They want you to do that because they want you to own your gift. They want you to trust your power again, which you're doing that. And that's what I'm speaking up. And thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so much, DoveLight. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I know you have a second question. I want to ask, could we pause your second question, answer some others, and then bring you back?
Sure.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Lisa.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, Danielle is next. Oh, did you want to say something else?
No, I just said it was all so good.
Great. Danielle, where are you? If you want to come up on stage. Oh, and everyone, I did not say It's a great opportunity to learn from all that's asked and all that's answered, whether or not you ask a question. It's a great opportunity to practice opening your own intuition and seeing if what comes through you is similar to what we share. And then also, when you ask a question, if we go deeper than you want us to go in this public format that is being recorded, or we talk about topics you don't want us sharing here, please interrupt us and give us feedback as we're answering so we can honor you in our response. Danielle, where are you?
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Okay, great. And if you want to turn on your video camera, I can bring you up on the stage with us.
It is actually very dark where I am, so my
That's okay. Well, still, we might get like glimpses and sense of you. Can you turn
yeah.
it on?
1 second. Yes. Oops. Sorry. Oh, I just hit the wrong button. I just hit later.
It's okay. I'm asking you to turn it on again.
Unable to access. Oh no.
If it doesn't, you just won't be on video. That's all right.
Okay, sorry about that, guys. My tech is still in Mercury retrograde shadow, I think.
right.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for taking my question. I've been trying to figure out the best way to articulate this, but kind of going off what we've been talking about a sense of belonging. And I've sort of always felt that I don't really belong on this planet. It's not even, and I've moved around a lot and tried to find a home. And my question is really more so about, I guess, relationships in my life, where I feel like I really want to be a healer. I want to work on my intuitive gifts. I want to help people. I've experienced a lot of trauma in my life, and I want to help others as I've gone down this spiritual journey and have really healed myself. But I find that, you know, if I think, of course, as you start ascending, and a lot of people may not understand, and some people kind of fall out of your life. But for me, I feel like I've always had very sort of intense fallouts with family, with friends. I even wonder sometimes if I'm meant to live a life of solitude almost, because I can't seem to keep people around me. I feel like I trigger a lot of people. And so something earlier that Krissey had said, that your frequency challenges the, you know, the false, I think, collective or something like that. I wonder about that. I wonder how successful I could even be in doing healing work for others if I'm constantly challenging and triggering other people for some reason, which I don't really understand. Sometimes I even feel like I don't know if I'm going to find a divine counterpart or person, that I'm just so alone and so different in a sense. And so I'm not sure if anyone can pick up on maybe if there is a past life or some lesson or karmic debt or something that I'm meant to learn in this life that can help me with this.
We've got lots of things coming up, and we've got lots of answers already. So, and I know you don't have a lot of time. Yeah. So let's dive into answer.
Yeah.
So maybe, and you have about like 10 more minutes. Is that right? Or how long do you have?
Yeah, 10 minutes or so. It's a little bit flexible, but yes, I can definitely listen to everybody's responses.
Okay, so everybody, we just want to be fairly quick. So the main thing I want to say is that I'm listening to your words very carefully. You say, I want to be a healer. I want to work on my gifts. And this word want is one example of something that's really standing out for me in your words. Please say, if you are willing to say, and see how this feels, I am a healer. I am expressing my gifts.
I am a healer. I'm expressing my gifts. I don't know. It makes me super emotional.
Hold on. Say it again and breathe afterwards. Don't say anything. Just breathe.
I am a healer. I'm expressing my gifts.
How's that?
It feels good. It feels good. It feels emotional, and I don't know where that comes from.
That's right. That's totally what I wanted you to get at. That's beautiful.
Yeah, and even listening to Krissey speak, I've been so emotional tonight for some reason, and I'm not sure why.
It's okay. It's totally touching all these great things. That's helping you open up. You are ripe. You are ready. This is all really good. If you don't believe you're on your journey, you'll keep creating situations that make it messy. So you're having to own this. And it's a raw journey. It's not that you've finished and you've gotten there. You're on your journey. You're doing this. That's what will have it go much more smoothly. All right, we've got Krissey, Tiffany, Rose, DoveLight, Troy, Christina, and Ryan. Everyone, if you're able to just be as brief as you can with the biggest nugget, she'll get to hear from everyone before she has to leave. All right, Krissey.
All right, mine will be quick. In this industry, or whatever you want to call it, that we all work in, I'm not a healer. I'm a revealer. And I had to find my place in all of this and understanding that that's what I do to people. Danielle, what you're talking about is being in friendships and relationship with people, and it does something to them where they don't want to be your friend no more. And you're sitting around wondering, what did I do? Like I just been myself around them, and it seems like I irritate them. It's because there's something in you, that frequency in you reveals things to themselves that they don't want to see. They don't want no one to find out about. They want to keep it hidden. They want to live this quote unquote love and light and act like they're all happy and go lucky, but understand that deep down inside, they got some stuff going on. And I relate with that because I am a revealer. I'm not a healer. I'm here to reveal things to you, the stuff that you don't want to see, don't want to talk about, and then I help you heal yourself. So maybe that's a path that's for you because you automatically already do that. That's it.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you.
Right, next we have Tiffany.
So first I want to say, if you are wanting to be a healer, you already are. You have that from past lives. It's coming in. You wouldn't be attracted to that if you weren't already one. So just let yourself be okay with it. You already are one. You don't have to learn anything to be one. It's in you. Just like Reiki is in all of us, that energy is part of us. Well, it's already part of you. And to speak on the karmic relationships, that's what I would call the relationships you're having. I see a lot of people who end up having these karmic kind of twin flame, beat you up relationships where you're both learning something on a really big soul level and then parting ways. And when you see that cycle repeating over and over, you need to start looking at the pieces of the puzzle and why it's repeating. So if you had a stepfather who treated you a certain way, and now you've got a long stream of guys that treat you that way, you need to go back and heal it with your stepfather. You need to go back and look at where those patterns are coming in this life, because we often recreate themes or patterns from the last life or several, depending on how long it takes us to reach that soul lesson. You may be halfway through it or towards the end even, but these relationships are coming into your life to communicate with you. They're telling you something about your vibration or your frequency, as Krissey was saying. I would urge you to look up the map of consciousness. This is talking about your emotions. This is by David Hawkins. When you're vibing down in the red, you know, you're going to be attracting that. So if you're vibing up here with love and getting closer to enlightenment, that's what you're going to be attracting. So if there's something within you that is trauma related from your childhood, even if you don't remember it, go back and ask people who were there. What happened? I didn't remember seeing my brother get bit by a dog and had this terrible fear of dogs, and I had no clue why until I asked. So go and look at the patterns going on in those relationships. It might even be a soul lesson as simple as assertiveness, saying, no, I am not going to be treated like that, and walking away. Okay, go on to the next person.
Thanks so much, Dove. Sorry, Danielle, what do you want to say? Or just...
Oh, I was just going to say that actually makes a lot of sense. So thank you for that reminder.
Great. Then DoveLight.
Mine is really quickly. I echo everything Laureli said, because you're not God. You come from God, which means that as a healer or as a reader or as anything else, you never can force the person to accept the healing. You never can force somebody to like you. And I picking up from the energy a lot of guilt. Like you feel that, oh, because they don't like you, you take it personal, like, oh, it's about me, what is wrong with me, or what's my energy, was I born like that? Absolutely no. You were born from love. You are love. Somehow, consciously, subconscious, you believe somebody who says something or make you feel different. So I definitely will work on self-love, love meditations, affirmation, looking at the mirror, the basics, because I felt like you have forgotten who you really are. You are love. You came from the divine. People who are meant to be in your life will stay in your life. People who are not meant to be in your life will go. It has nothing to do with you. It has absolutely nothing to do with you, but you have to release that guilty. You are meant to have a healthy partner if you choose to do so. But first, I feel like there is some inner work to do about self-love, and it has to come from you. Making you a healer is not means that automatically everybody's gonna like you. And that's what I'm picking up. Okay, just believe that you are loved and you are meant to be where you're meant to be. Balance. Thank you.
Thank you, DoveLight. Next we have Troy and then Christina B and then Ryan.
So I resonate with what everyone has said. I do know that words are powerful and beliefs are powerful. I was just realizing the other day that gemstones that you wear are actually pretty weak compared to beliefs, because really your reality is shaped by your beliefs. I mean, practically reality is belief. Also, I have to say that everyone else's triggers are none of your responsibility. It's not your monkey and not your circus. That is subjective within them, and that is their responsibility to eventually learn about and heal if they need to, as souls on their journey. But it's really each of our individual responsibilities to learn to heal from the inside outward. Also kind of the outside in too, kind of always goes together, but that's the message of my soul and the purpose of my walk-in, as it was revealed in a hypnosis session very early on, that it is, the purpose is to bring about the healing from within. And really you need to get deep down in the core of your being, the very core essence. Remember that and connect with that again, to really bring that in and use that to heal everything else. That can be a way of healing. One of my other recommendations for manifesting the people in your life, or attracting the people in your life, because you do attract them from your vibration, is do some gratitude journaling first, and also maybe a law of attraction journal. I just bought a law of attraction journal myself, so I'm working with that, and I'm excited to see where that goes. But law of attraction is definitely real, and it's like kind of one of the major truths of the fabric of the matrix we live in. So blessings on your way. You are sacred, remember that.
Thanks, Troy. Next we've got Christina B and then Ryan.
All right, so thanks for the question, Danielle. So actually I got this channeled in. I remember when you started talking about the triggering and falling out. So what I got was that for you to remember that we are here to clear collective karma, trauma, and wounds. And the falling out and triggering is your gift to them, plus their gift to you, because everybody we meet is our mirror, right? They are not separate from us. So every trigger, etc., was pre-contracted and liberates an energy which is holding us back individually and collectively. You are a catalyst. My recommendation would be to find grace and compassion in this process. And whenever you have one of those challenging moments, to maybe even say for yourself, with this, whatever it might be, the contract is completed and the fill in the blank is sent back to the light. So to not resist the struggle, but to embrace it as part of the ascension journey. And I hope that helps. Thank you.
Great, then we've got Ryan.
And Danielle, do I have permission to talk to your spirit guide?
Yes, you do. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you so much. Please give me a minute, and I'm going to tune into your soul mission and life purpose and see if healing is part of that, and make sure you're aligned to that life purpose and soul mission. So give me a minute, please, as I tune into your energies. One moment, please. Connecting to your energies. One moment. I'll try and make this brief as I can. One moment, please. Talking to your spirit guide and receiving a message. One moment. Okay. You are definitely much a healer. I think this is coming from your spirit guide. Healing is part of your journey and actually one of your life purposes. So in order to enable your healing, you have to believe it. You have to believe you're a healer. There's a little doubt and a little doubt and insecurity and doubts about what you want to do in terms of healing. But you know, you have an innate ability to be a healer because you've done it so much in past lives. I'm seeing many past lives you were already a healer. So looking into your energies, we already know that you're a healer. You have an innate ability to be a healer. You just need to incorporate that into your life. As others have said here, you can do Reiki healing, you can do angelic healing, you can do any types of healing that you feel called to, but you are a healer. It is one of your life purposes and your life path. And it's such a great, amazing journey that you're on, and your spirit guides is going to be with you and behind you 100% of the way. Thank you.
All right, and everyone was super quick. So practitioners, if you have a little bit more to share, go ahead. DoveLight's got a little bit more.
I just want to honor and bless your journey because it's not easy when we're in a part when we need to feel so much, but it's necessary. Don't attach to the feelings of sadness and suffering. Just allow them a safe space to be expressed so they can live and you can continue. Also, one of the best healers in the whole planet are the ones who actually know what it's like to be in the side of the people that resonate with them. So one day in the future, but they keep telling me, you have to trust it. No matter how many people tell you you're a healer, no matter how many people tell you how you're pretty or you're worth having a relationship with, no matter what, they want to hear your own voice. They want it to come from your own eyes. And you will be able to do this, okay? You will be able to do this. One day in the future, I'm seeing the future already. There is a high probability, a high possibility of a future when you look back and you will understand, oh, I know why I passed through that. And I was able to make it because I decide to trust myself. I decide to see myself worthy. Let go of the guilt. Let it go. It was not even your fault. Thank you.
Thank you, DoveLight. Does anyone else have anything else to share with? Anything else to share with Danielle before she has to go? Danielle, anything you want to share?
I'll just thank you so much for everybody's insight and guidance and your reassurance, and everything that each person said definitely resonated with me. And I just thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I appreciate you guys.
You're so welcome. Thanks so much for letting us be of support to you. Thank you for being here. All right, Sky is up next. And so we've got Sky, Jeremiah, Elise, and we have another question from Lisa. If anyone else is wanting to get in line, do let me know. We are zooming through our questions. All right, so Sky. All right, bringing you up.
So my question is if anybody can give me any information about my lineage and like if I'm a starseed or not, and you know, intuitively, and if there's anything that you could, if that would be connected to that about, you know, like my purpose and mission here in this world, if any. Thank you.
Thank you, Sky. I've known you now for several years, so the immediate answer that shows up for me is yes, of course. Troy is ready.
Yeah, Sky, what I got immediately as the star systems that you came from is Lyra and Alcyone in the Pleiades. And yeah, I feel that your essence as a star seed is very much in alignment with sacred geometry. And not just as the shapes of geometry, but pretty much incorporating that into everything that you do, speak, and all of what you do and speak and live is kind of like its own geometry. And that's in resonance with the other kind of geometric makeup of the matrix that we live in. And yeah, that's what I'm sensing, is that you're very much in resonance with yeah, the sacred energies of the universe and those vibrations.
Thank you, Troy. Who else is ready to respond to Sky? DoveLight, go ahead.
I'm picking up that you're definitely what we call starseed, not because of the labeling, it's because you have a special connection with the stars. Like you are very like energetically oriented. You feel so much at the same time you're able to be composed. I feel like they're telling me the part of the one of the few things that you came to do in this planet, if it resonates with you, because nobody can tell you what to do, it has to come from your heart. At the end of the day, everyone came to be of service. Everyone came to show love. Everyone came to be kind. There is something related to relationship and romance and some of a heartbroken or hearts with grieving relationship that you have been passed through it, that it might help you to understand how to be stable with yourself, how to move forward, how to even be like a divine masculine, divine feminine within yourself in balance. I feel like a lot of the starseeds life lesson, including yours, is to stay open-minded and to be balanced. We are very quick to judge why they're doing that, why not, but we have to respect and honor that they are in their own soul journey. They don't have to think as they don't have to do things as we do. We have to respect that they are in their own journey. So they're telling me about staying open-minded and a lot of balance. Definitely you came from the stars. Definitely one of your lessons in this lifetime is to kind of like something related to the heartbroken, forgiveness, but it's mostly like relationship and romantic. I don't know how it applies to your life. That's what I'm picking up at this moment. And thank you so much.
Thanks, DoveLight. Next, we have Ryan.
Hi, Sky. Do I have permission to talk to your spirit guide?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Please give me a minute and I'll tune into your past lives. And then I'm going to tune into your soul, mission, and life purpose. One moment, please. Connecting with your energies. Connected to your spirit guide. One moment as I receive information from your energies and talk to your spirit guide. One moment. Receiving information from your spirit guide. One moment. One moment. Okay. I'm seeing that you're a very old ancient soul. You go back over 100,000 years. I'm seeing you have actually over 3,000 reincarnations. You have a mixture of extraterrestrial races in your DNA. Lyran was mentioned as one of them. That is correct. There's however several other races that you've reincarnated into. You also have Andromedan, Lyran, Arcturian, Reptilian, and many different others. I'm also seeing you're an elemental being in some lives, as a dragon, as an elf, many different types of past lives, but you're definitely a starseed, and it is influencing you in your current life. Now, as I go into your soul, as I jump over to your soul mission and life purpose, your life purpose is actually relationships. So I think some DoveLight might have mentioned that. This is an important learning for you in this life is about relationships, how you communicate with others, how you feel, how you communicate with yourself, self-love, and in terms of yourself and loving others. So this is one of your life purposes on this earth is communication in terms of relationships and building those relationships out with the people. And yes, you are starseed, and your life purpose is about relationships. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ryan. I want to just let you know you're finishing within 2 minutes each time. So just relax. If you want to share more, it's great. All right, we've got Christina and then Tiffany.
Great. So I'm actually going to piggyback on Troy and what everybody else has said, Sky. So I do also feel that you had a Lyran lifetime, which is one of the first, like this is where humanity really started in this galaxy as a feline being. And I think it was more of a hybrid, like a feline human hybrid being. What I got was felt that you were there during the destruction and you witnessed it, but you did survive. You were rescued and most likely brought to the Palladian system, where you then reincarnated several cycles. I feel you might still carry a fear signature, which might have been freeze. So I don't know if in your current life you identify with inaction when you get stressed. Not sure if that resonates. And it would be, since the Lyrans were a very physical culture, agriculture, so they really worked hard and they were in their bodies. So any kind of embodiment, exercise, mind, body, yoga, tai chi, or anything to get you in your body might be really good to work through any fear signatures or the freeze response, to help you kind of overcome anything that's might be holding you back from stepping more into the current dharma or path that you're meant to do. So that's all I got in that little time. I hope that helps.
Thank you. Tiffany's next.
Okay, so mine's not really super long here, but I was getting a strong connection to Orion, and specifically with Orion's light. And also I'm seeing some Lemurian era connections and Atlantean. Both of those cards came up. But surprisingly, the first card was Hive Mind, which is an insectoid, but I don't think that it's really referring to the insectoid part, because the card that came up even after I was feeling like a pull with Orion is about Orion's light. And it's talking about emptiness, but it's not what you think yet. So give me a second here. There's also another card that's coming in from the future about Sirius, and it's talking about calling our parts home. So with those two cards and looking at the other ones, I think they're really wanting you to look at polarities. Dark and light, integrating both, being okay with the fact that there is darkness within you. We all have darkness within us, but being okay and being able to see both of those within yourself and love yourself anyway. So go back, look at all your old traumas, look at your programs, start pulling stuff out. I feel like we're never done with healing and trauma work in this life. Even when you're an advanced healer, practitioner, whatever you are, you have to honor them as messengers and look to see where they're coming from. So I definitely was feeling a really strong connection with Orion. There was an ancestor coming in, but I didn't get far enough to get a name. But you definitely have one that's hanging out with you and watching over you, and they want you to call your parts home. Remember who you are. Remember, like, connecting with spirit so much that you remember being part of source. You remember being part of the whole. And you a lot of earth crap. But when you let all of that fall by the wayside and just feel your own self as your soul and connecting to source, all of the earth stuff just, I don't know, I find it amusing now. When people have their triggers, I just see it. So for you, I'm just saying they want you to call your parts home. Remember who you are, not who your parents told you to be, or your school told you to be, or anyone else in your life, a wife, a partner, whoever that projected onto you who you should be. Make sure that who you are now is you and not them, what they projected onto you. So.
Thank you, Tiffany. Christina's got a bit more.
I just want to add on, I think, because we talked a lot about the feeling lost and detached. So anybody who had a lifetime in Lyra and certainly witnessed or was there during the destruction of certain planets will have that feeling even more of feeling lost and not being home because our home planets was taken. So it's a very strong emotional piece. I felt once I dealt with that trauma, I started to meet a lot of feline beings in this current incarnation, and I feel many of us of the Lyrans are coming back together to create that new bond of home on a new planet based on that trauma we all collectively went through. So just putting that out there.
Great. Anyone have more for Sky? I guess, Sky, one thing maybe I can share is that I believe that light language is one of your expressions. I know that music is really important to you. I'd encourage you to explore more of what light language is. If you don't know much, maybe some of the others on the panel can say a bit more about that. Go ahead, Troy.
Yes, I'm glad you mentioned light language because I am just getting activated more to light language these days. Actually, my activation to light language started a year ago when I started learning Reiki. My Reiki master, I did a healing session with her first. And in that session, a dragon, extraterrestrial cosmic divine mother dragon, approached me and gave me an egg. And my Reiki teacher said I would start channeling light language, and that there were a lot of, she said Syrian first, but a lot of symbols I needed to channel. And I did indeed write down a bunch of symbols and their tones and their definitions in a journal. I was just a few days ago also, it was on the 2323 so-called rapture date, but I woke up and was given the direction to start writing about my light language experiences and write a manual. But basically, light language, a lot of people channel it as the spoken kind of tonal light language. You may have seen that. There's people who do that on YouTube even. My light language, though, is mostly symbols. But with each symbol, especially when it's just one symbol at a time, I get also the tone, like the pronunciation and tone of what it is, and then the meaning of it too. And so that's going to be cool to be doing more of that and learn symbols. So it can be both, but I really think that there are certain languages, some particular to certain star nations. I think each star nation might have its own light language. Some are similar, especially among the humans. But yeah, it's kind of like how we have our spoken and written languages. But that's going to be something. Light language often just shows up. You see symbols, and when that happens, or even when you just get the feeling or hear it, it happens. Some people too, when it's spoken, it's more just a spontaneous thing. You don't even think about it. But yeah, light language is a language, but it's very, very beautiful and powerful practice. Do you have any questions about that, Sky, or does that kind of answer that?
Yeah, that answers my question. I just say that all your answers were great, and yeah, I've definitely never felt like I belong anywhere, and the looking up to the stars, has always been a fascination, and Orion and Sirius, are stars that since I was a kid, not really consciously or anything, just like, there was some kind of an attraction there. But, when Christina, you're talking about the, witnessing the destruction of the Lyra, obviously, I'm getting an emotional hit off of that. So that's cool to know, and maybe go, explore that a little more. But, like, yeah, music has a strong connection to me, and I feel like, and a lot of that has just been expression through improvisation. And I feel like maybe, what I've been doing there for so long is that, like, that's kind of a tool of light language, that one of the things among other reasons. But yeah, there's a practitioner that comes around, her name is Galactic Ashley, and I've taken, I think, 3 of her light language classes. So I have some experience there. But I mean, yeah, there's always room for growth, and I feel like I'm still just a baby. So
It's great. I didn't know that you'd taken classes with Galactic Ashley. She was going to be on the panel tonight and wasn't able to make it. So she will hopefully be on the next one.
yeah, she's an excellent teacher. If anybody wants to take a light language class, highly recommended.
Sky, have you heard the term wanderer? Wanderers are a particular type of starseed I'm a wanderer, kind of a planetary activation ascension wanderer, but there's some wanderers who just wander the universe, not necessarily with one home, but they just go from planet to planet, place to place. And I feel that's what you may be, as a type of wanderer.
Yeah, that resonates with my experience. I
Yeah,
mean,
my experience of you too.
Yeah, and one of the beautiful parts about being a wanderer, kind of a gift, it can be difficult to learn, but one of the beautiful parts when you really learn it is really deep, complete trust with life and the universe, that even though there's change, you're always going to be supported and nourished and have what you need.
mm, yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, um, well, without talking all the time, but you know, in this about astrology and stuff, but in this life, you know, I've definitely been a wanderer, and you know, in the past year, I've gone to India and England by myself for spiritual events, and all the people that I tell that to are just, you know, they're blown away. They're like, you just went to a completely different country by yourself, and to me, you know, yeah, I kind of, I mean, I feel like I don't have a home, but at the same time, I feel like I'm home everywhere. So
Yeah, that's great. All right, we've got more questions. Thank you so much, Sky. Thank you for supporting us and letting us support you. All right, next in line, we have Jeremiah. All right, Jeremiah, what is your question?
Hello, Laureli. How are you? And panel. This has been a very wonderful evening. So my question, I kind of along the lines of Danielle too. I know I'm a healer. I I've been able to do a lot of things in the past, in my life, in this lifetime. I've been able to fly. I've been able to turn myself invisible. Been able to shapeshift, and all that. And at one point in my life, everything just left, and I'm having. I don't know why. Um, I've it's I'm not sure how to get back or integrate all of myself together again. I don't know if that's due to traumas I've been through, or just uh, kind of feeling beat down by society.
Yeah, thanks for your question. And yeah, I'm going to go to Troy in a second. I know immediately whether you're walking was a question for me. And then if you can send me photos of you from before when you felt like you were really in the flow of all that, I can potentially look at your eyes and see if things have changed. I can often pick that up and see walk-ins.
Okay.
All right, so we've got, and we can do that after you hear from everyone else too.
Okay.
Troy, Tiffany, DoveLight, and Ryan. So go ahead, Troy.
Okay, so Jeremiah, just almost immediately I heard the word Jabberwocky, and it also came with the trickster energy. And I feel that perhaps what will be in your future, what you'll be able to do, is kind of like giving healing readings. I haven't seen this before, but kind of like giving healings and readings and what's needed for people and helping channel that through. But what Archangel Uriel told me is that what you'll need to learn to do is bring your energy down, collect yourself before anyone else. Then coming from yourself, you're actually able to mirror others and just show them what, actually I've seen one other healer do this, kind of show them their reflection, show them their shadow and help them learn what they need to work on, and perhaps even at times show them their light too when they're ready for that. That's what I'm getting.
So basically, be at one mind, body, and spirit in order to be one with yourself and your surroundings.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting. Yeah, this work you're cut out for will be kind of first requires you to center yourself. You may learn a new practice of doing that, but I feel like it's similar to just bringing your energy down and feeling yourself, taking a moment to feel yourself before showing that reflection and working with other people. And then when you do that too, you also need to take a moment to, however you do it, with an image or a tool, basically cut off their energy when they're done and come back to yourself, so that then that's what they need is with them, but then you can be yourself again, be grounded again.
Okay.
Thanks, Troy. We've got Tiffany next.
Okay, so as you were talking, before you even said trauma, I was hearing trauma. There's definitely some traumas in the past going on, and my honest advice for that is therapy. I wouldn't normally say that on a psychic panel, but when you have that heavy of trauma, you need that one person weekly or whatever that you can tell your stuff to, even if it's a coach or someone who's qualified to deal with those things. But so if you had gifts when you were younger and you knew how to operate them, and then they went away, what happened in the middle? Trauma. So when you have those traumas and you're not able to fully process it in that moment, they get stored in your body. And then your body remembers even when you don't. So clearing the traumas, doing therapy work, mindfulness, and meditations would be my best advice as far as getting back to your gifts. You have very strong gifts. You do. You just have to clear those traumas and remember who you are. Like I've said numerous times tonight, you know how to do those. You were born with that ability. You knew how to do it before. So you just have to get back there. But the traumas, when those emotions get stored in your body, that's what really blocks you, in my opinion. Not taking, because we have all these different bodies: mental, emotional, physical, spiritual. And when one of those is out of balance, do the math. So looking at those different areas, the mental would be your thought processes. What are you saying to yourself on a daily basis? If you catch yourself saying things that are not nice, stop that. Stop that right now. Go stand in the mirror, lock eyes with yourself and say, I love you. You are safe. You are unconditionally loved and held. Be your own best friend. Go back, reparent your inner child. All those gifts are there. You have them all. It's just knowing that you do.
Yeah. Thank you, Tiffany. I've done a lot of studying of like soul psychology and stuff like that, metaphysics. So I know I have all the tools. Sometimes I just don't feel like I'm.
That's it right there. You mentally have all the tools. You can mentally see it, but feeling it. That's the block, is being able to really feel it. So connect with your senses, all of your senses, and start paying attention to the messages that you get in your body.
That, and I did abuse my gifts when I was younger. I did hurt people with them.
Well, that could be the block also. So
out of anger, because they hurt people that were close to me.
Okay. So when you get clear inside yourself that you will no longer use those gifts for harm, regardless of why, you will have them back. But if spirit feels that you're going to use those gifts maliciously, they're not going to give you access.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on to somebody else so that we keep the program rolling since it's 8 o'clock.
It's great. Yeah, you have some of the talents in your eyes that can be really tough and can be really selfish. And like, so that's some of the early lessons that you're in when you were younger. And I totally agree of you have to know that you're good enough. It's not perfect. And you do have to commit your energy to using them for good. It doesn't mean you'll be perfect at it, but yeah, so
Yeah.
it's part of the slippery slope of having some of the patterns that you have that I have too. All right. DoveLight, and then Ryan, and then Christina, and then Troy.
If I have to title the Starseed panel again, I will put balance. I got the card of balance, the message of balance to every single reading today. Starseeds, learning how to balance living your human life or your life on planet Earth. Balance, 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 my love. The first thing when you're speaking now, I can feel that you have a soul-body disconnection. It was too much for your energy field to pass through the things you were passing growing up. So my highly recommendation, if it resonates beside whatever you choose to do, from a spiritual point of view, is reconnect that piece of your soul back to your body. Even when you speak, I feel like there is like a hole, almost like a hole in the energy field. It's to bring back your light. A piece of your soul still wandering in what happened in the situation, we have to bring it back. Second, you're missing the point. The beautiful gift of the divine, psychic, telepathy, telekinesis, this we can do, and we're born with the ability to do scanning. They are inside of us. They're telling me that your gift as a child, they're still inside of you. They never left you. They never left you. However, we don't came to this planet necessarily to walk over water. We came to this planet to be of love, to be of service, to be kind. And unfortunately, some of us sign up for the lesson of forgiveness. But how are we going to forgive something? Is something that needed to be forgiven happened to us. And you was like, what? Why would I wish to pass through that? Because that's the 7 of an advanced soul. Thank you, Spirit. They're telling me that you are a very advanced soul. Regardless of what planet or whatever you will live, which I respect that, you are a very advanced soul and you came here to cope with challenging very advanced soul's lessons. And you don't have to do this alone. They're telling me that this journey, it's also about recovering your value. Your value were not your psychic gifts. Your value were not your spiritual gift. Your value is you as a being, you as a person, whatever you use them or not. Do not put heal on punishment. They're also telling me that the divine never punishing you to taking away your gift. It was our own sense of right or wrong, our own sense of protection. That's why they're telling me there is definitely a balance that needed to be done in this lifetime for those things to happen the way meant to happen. You are not being forsaken. They keep telling you are not being forsaken, and you have the ability to use this gift. Oh wait, I got this stomach. Thank you, everybody. I highly recommend you that soul light retrieval or reconnection if you choose to do so.
And just remind you, and just everyone here, all of these practitioners are available for private sessions also if you want to go deeper with them. All right, next we've got Ryan.
Jeremiah, do I have permission to talk to your spirit guide?
Yeah.
Thank
As
you.
soon as I came on here, you had permission, man.
All right, thank you so much. I still have to ask. It's for my own spirit guide and asked me to do that. All right, I'm gonna tune in your energies and I'm gonna investigate what happened with your spiritual gifts and how to get them back. One moment, please. Tuning into your energies now. Connecting with your guide. Speaking with your spirit guide, investigating. One moment, please. One moment. Receiving a message. One moment. Okay. Your spirit guide wants you to know you're very protected. And what happened with your spiritual gifts were they were removed temporarily because they were instituted to protect you because of the things you were doing. You weren't doing things kosher, let's say. You were dabbling in the dark, but that's okay. We always learn from our lessons and we always learn from our mistakes, and we learn from it and grow from them. The soul chooses that. The soul chooses to learn and grow from whether the things that we did, even though sometimes we need to go through darkness to get to the light. And so that's what happened in your case, that your spirit guides are very protective of you and wanted to remove that so you can have protection in life, because they didn't want you to see you go down that path. They stopped that. They had to stop. They had no choice, is what they're saying. And so they stopped that for you temporarily. Now you're in a much different place now. So now you're going to be more open to that. And they are more open to that too. They are allowing you to tune into that now to a certain degree. You are going to start receiving clairvoyant images. You're probably already getting clairvoyant images already, and you're already starting to get communication from your spirit guides to a certain degree. That's going to come more and more in the next few years. It's going to take some time, but they are willing to work with you to allow those best abilities and gifts to come back into you. But that was temporarily shut down because of what was happening in your life. But we always learn and grow from that. But now you're in a great opportunity to get those abilities back. And I'm talking about all of them that I once had. But this time you're very in a much better centered and balanced understanding of yourself and how to use these gifts properly. And now your spirit guides will allow that to happen. And they're going to be opening you up spiritually within the next few years. And that's what I'm getting from your spirit guide. So thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. Christina and Troy's got some more.
All right. So what I heard you say in the beginning, Jeremiah, was the reintegration. And I wonder if you mentioned you did a lot of astral travel and things some time ago. And I do meet a lot of people who do a lot of that. And when we do that too much, we can leave some parts of us, some of the soul charts energy on different planets and in different dimensions. So I feel, and I see this in other people, when we do too much of this going up, something happens to remind us it's nice up here, but we have work to do down here. So I think it would be very easy for you to also maybe just say out loud that you're calling in all parts and aspects of you to reintegrate in this current life and body as Jeremiah, to be fully grounded here. I also want to say that you're still a healer. We sometimes, and of course it's fun, right, to have psychic skills and have all these fun experiences. We all love it, but you're still healing without all the fancy experiences. The healing is an energy you carry and you bring forward, even if you go to the supermarket and have a friendly conversation with a cashier, right? That's where the healing, you're exchanging codes, you're doing healing. It doesn't always have to look or sound really fancy. Also, what I've got for you was you do have an easy time connecting with the light, but you might want to focus on the grounding and the embodiment, because I feel you will be very valuable as a earth worker, right? Earth workers are as good as light workers, no difference. But with you, I get more of a shamanic feel. I feel you're really called to connect, like deeply ground into the earth, the crystal grid on this planet, communicate with the plants, with the tribal energy. With you, I get this, like I'm getting chills now. The shamanic feeling might be more what we need from you as a service than going up to the astral to travel and have fun up there. Does that make sense, Jeremiah?
Oh, most definitely. It's funny that you say that, because that is kind of part of my practice. That I do. I love Gaia.
Mhm.
I love our mother planet.
Yes.
And I can feel the pain that she's in, from what society and humanity has done to her over the years, and decades and centuries. And it hurts me. And I want to protect that. There used to be a people on this planet that did protect the earth.
Yes.
I believe that we're coming back. but some of them aren't. They use the name, but they're misusing the name, if that makes any sense.
You mean the word Gaia?
No, Druid.
Okay.
Druids are protectors of the planet. We
Yeah.
always have been.
Yeah.
People
And
are
you might-
destroying the planet.
Yeah.
You know, I believe that I am a protector, and sometimes protectors have to do dirty things. You know, and it sucks. But to save the planet and the people that I love on this planet, and that would be all of humanity. You know, even though there's people I do not like, I love them unconditionally. I will do everything and anything in my power to protect them.
Yes. And you definitely have that protector warrior energy. And it might be really exciting for you to connect not only with the earth and Gaia itself and the druids, if that's a connection, but also Middle Earth and the inhabitants of Middle Earth who have been all this time been protecting Gaia more so than we would ever know. So maybe that is more where you want to make your alliances right now, that so you feel supported in the work you're doing, and that you don't feel cut off from the light workers up there, because you have an army right under your basement. So maybe call them in and support them and have them support you.
Yeah. I do work with dragons as well.
Perfect.
And I know there's star being there are star being dragons, you know, but there's also I don't know, my personal beliefs, I think dragons were considered the primordial deities of the ancient religions, you know, so they've been around before time immemorial.
Yeah.
You know, so
Great.
Very ancient and very neutral, right? That neutrality that is so,
you know,
beautiful.
they did a lot of good, but they could also wreak a lot of havoc if necessary.
Yeah.
Well, Troy's got a bit more to share. So Troy, go ahead.
Yeah, two things. So yeah, one thing I do and have learned to do, actually, I think I came in with my walk-in, I think it was Assyrian knowledge, is techniques of connecting with what is it? Kind of like the soul star chakra above us, and bringing that energy down for healing and integration. That's something I do in all of my healing sessions, hypnosis or Reiki. But I just wanted to quickly read what a Jabberwocky is. I looked it up just to be sure. I knew it was from Alice in Wonderland, but yeah, it's from Through the Looking Glass, a sequel to Alice in Wonderland. And basically, in an early scene in which she first encounters the chess piece characters, White King and White Queen, Alice finds a book written in a seemingly unintelligible language. Realizing that she is traveling through an inverted world, she recognizes that the verses on the pages are written in a mirror writing. She holds a mirror to one of the poems and reads the reflected verse of Jabberwocky. She finds the nonsense verse as puzzling as the odd land she has passed into, later revealed as a dreamscape. And so I think I was given that name Jabberwocky because symbolically, if you do end up doing this work of mirroring to people their shadows, even their light and who they are, sometimes we don't even know who we are. Most of the time people don't know who they are until there's some sort of reflection of their own on who they are and what they've done, or until someone else, maybe even a demon too, in a body or not, shows them their shadow and more of who they are, and they work through that. So I think that's what the Jabberwocky message was for you to, as that mirror to see your shadow more and show that to others if you wish. So
yeah, and I
again,
know Troy's going to have to leave. Yeah, so go ahead, Troy.
I need to leave. So again, my name is Troy J. Bacon, and I'm a Starseed walk-in and healer for Starseed Adjustment and Activation Rainbow Reiki, as well as quantum hypnotherapy. It really goes into the quantum realm of the soul and subconscious, and all the time guides and ancestors and other beings, even dragons and spirit animals and such come in, and so that's what I do, clearing out the subconscious and then eventually integrating the light for self-realization.
Well, thank you, Troy. That's it is very helpful. And before you go, nach orde is jodov mjokidis sjojon de bordedachen.
Thank you.
And I just want to mention too, your website, Troy, is newbeinghypnosis.com.
Yes, thank you, Laureli.
Thanks so much, Troy. All right. And let's see, Ryan's got a little bit more to share.
Yes,
Please
I
be
just
brief.
had a
We're going to get to,
yes,
we're going to
I
get
am
through as many
briefly.
of the questions as we can. We might not be able to get through all of them. Go ahead.
Just feedback for Jeremiah. You mentioned spiritual protection. I would recommend in terms of spiritual protection to try and consider working with my spirit guide, who's a Quetzalcoatl, the flying serpent. He was the one who gave you the channel message, who was speaking through me earlier. So if in terms of he's great at spiritual protection and spiritual transformation, I think he would be a great being for you to work with. So that's just a personal recommendation.
Okay, it's actually interesting you say that, because I actually have a tattoo of Quetzalcoatl on
There
my
you
arm.
go. There you go. It was one of my spirit guides. He's great to work with.
All right, great. Thank you so much, Jeremiah.
Thank you all. This has been very, very helpful. And I greatly appreciate it.
You are welcome. All right, let's see. So practitioners, we are going late. So I know some of you may need to leave. Does anyone need to leave right now? I give you an opportunity. I put everyone's info in the
Stay just
chat.
a smidge longer, but I will have to go.
Yeah, okay. So let's see
I
if
can
we
hear the
fit
kids
in.
upstairs.
Yeah, see if you can fit in one more answer, and then, so whenever you need to, just jump in and share your information so you can take off. Let's see. So we've got Elise next. Elise, do you want to come up on stage? Oh, all right, here you are. Great. Let's get you unmuted. You're currently muted.
Good evening, everybody. I'm so glad I came tonight. I was supposed to be here. There are no such thing as coincidences. I just want to give a little bit of information on me without going too crazy. I've always been different. I've always sought others like me. I've always felt like I couldn't find my niche, right? I've learned how to pretend to have other personalities, and I can be really good at them. But when it comes down to getting in touch with myself, I like to be alone or with just a couple people like that. We really get each other. When I was a kid, I used to astral project a lot. I'm a Sagittarius. I'm triple fire. In my younger days, I was very fiery. I still have it in there, but I've been going through this awakening over the past few years, starting in early 2019. I was doing a lot of Kundalini, a lot of yoga, a lot of meditation with any and every spiritual group that I came across. I always said yes. Healers were just kind of like coming to me, swarming to me like bees to honey, left and right, wanting to like, hey, pull me in. And I didn't know what was going on, right? I went for some kind of, I forgot what it's called, to get my feet. My girlfriend had bought tickets for bought sessions for us to get some energy work, or some, I forgot what it's called, but they work on our feet, and they massaged her feet and they read my feet. So it was just kind of crazy. And at the end, I was touching bushes and feeling the energy, it was just kind of crazy. And since then, I have become a Reiki practitioner, but my primary employment is a special education teacher with a major school district in San Diego. I've always been intuitive. I've had seemingly unbelievable experiences in my life, things people wouldn't believe, that happened to me, that I did, that people wouldn't, there's like, at the time I didn't realize, you know. I always speak and I feel rather than I think. So I try to be conscious more and try to speak as I think. And I surround as a kid, I would have burials for little animal, like little bugs and stuff. And I still in my home, I surround myself in pine cones and crystals and bug carcasses, you know, little bird skulls, things that people would think would be really weird. My art is very different and weird. Sacred geometry. I've seen entities early on in my awakening. I heard things, I saw things in my meditation. Like my friend was in there in the darkness, you know, so crazy. She's in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. But, you know, I just, I think with DoveLight and Jeremiah, just so many things he was saying were just resonating with me, and also DoveLight as well. And I think also Christina was talking about goosebumps, you know, and I've noticed that when I experience those goosebumps in a moment, it's when I am connected to my higher self and to source. And that's when I'm speaking from a place of wisdom and acting from a place of absolute clarity and wisdom. But I've been going through this awakening and I've had a lot of dark times in there. You know, I think I'm in this, like, I don't know. I didn't realize it was an awakening. Prior to 2019, I was very spiritual, but I didn't always completely live it in my soul. You know, I just kind of was. I spoke a lot of wise things, but I really didn't understand what I was saying really the way I am now, since my awakening. And so, like, you know, I realize, I think maybe DoveLight does this. Christina, somebody mentioned, I think it was Christina, you know, we don't always have to have this big higher purpose with a big label on it or label ourselves, even though we may be those labels, right? But really, it's the tiny little bits of impact, the kindness, recognizing another human's existence that may feel invisible. Those are majorly powerful ways to impact the society as a light worker and in a healing way. And through my life, I didn't realize my sense of, I always touched people. I didn't know what that was. I always wanted to touch people. I always wanted to put my hand on them. And when I first was learning Reiki, I was with my friend who had been practicing Reiki for 20 years, who learned in Japan. And she was walked over. We were getting together for coffee, and she was bent over and she couldn't walk. She said she was like suffering from the sciatica, whatever. We spent about 30 minutes hanging out with each other. And when she got up to leave, she told me she was better, that my energy had like healed her. Now, I'm not saying that happens to me all the time.
I'm glad we have this context for you. I'm
Yes.
wanting,
And
what is your
yes.
question so we can.
So basically, I wanted to give that background and just ask in a general way. Like, I don't know where my journey's going, and I know I'm going with the flow to try to let it flow there. But my higher purpose, the angels are telling me like to switch careers, but I know I have a root chakra issue with that. But can anybody tell me, like, read where I am? One last thing, since I was a kid, I have 3 dots and freckles and a triangle on my right inner thigh, and there's a 3-dot triangle within that. And since I was a kid, I always said to myself, oh, that's my galaxy, that's my home. Since I was a kid, and I still look at it, I have it right on my inner thigh. It's a triangle within a triangle, and I never knew. And one time I was meditating, I thought maybe Andromedan, I'm not sure, heard that, but I don't know. I just need some help and some feedback, because I don't know anybody here that is like me. You know, I just moved back to this place and I really feel isolated.
Where did you live
Thank
before?
You. I'm from Vista, California, and San Diego. I went to Arizona and had an amazing journey where all of this happened to me. And there's amazing people, healers in Arizona, Phoenix. And I had to come back about almost 2 years ago because my mom has acquired dementia. So it was this big life change, and I've been in this tumultuous darkness, and I'm coming out of it now and going with the flow.
Well, I hope that you feel comforted now to know that this online community exists and that there's so many of us that are here around this work, right? In so many ways to connect. And there are lots of people in Southern California too, in the San Diego area. So yeah, and it's that you're clearly a healer. And I think you know that, and your fears around that. And there's so many steps you can take. And one is just simply acknowledging that you are doing healing when you're with people and when you touch them, and knowing that you do that. And I'll let others share, but there's so many practical things you could do so that your root chakra feels calmed. All right, we've got Tiffany, Christina, and DoveLight.
I just wanted to say, first off, when you were talking in the beginning about liking to be alone and being triple fire and being a Sag. So my ascendant Sag, Sun Leo, Moon Aries, I'm triple fire too. And so I was listening to you talk and I was like, I really resonate with all of that. I do actually like being alone too. I mean, I love going into crowds and talking with people, but I spend a lot of time on my own. So I just really, I feel a resonance with you there, that a lot of what you were talking about, you're a lot like me. and like Laureli said, you are a healer. You know that now. So let yourself believe it, because you already are. You already are. And be okay with not knowing what the journey is going to bring you tomorrow. Follow that intuition. Go with what you're most curious about. That's what I did, honestly. I've taken over 24 classes in the last year alone, and I just, whatever I'm interested in, I go study it. And honestly, when I started a year ago taking all of those classes, I had no idea that it was going to put me right here. None. I honestly was just curious and wanted to learn stuff and just kept going. And I would bounce subjects, do it. Like whatever you find yourself interested in, you can reach out to me. I can help you find some classes if you want to go that direction, but follow your curiosity and your intuition and keep going with what is coming to you as an interest. And it's going to lead you somewhere that you probably can't even imagine right now.
That's what the spiritual entities are telling me.
I'll just say I encourage you to not study too much. Do.
You don't have to study crazy like me. I didn't mean that. I only meant that if you're curious about a topic, go down that road.
I'm curious about yoga nidra and also hypnosis. But I do my wisdom comes from practical experience, not from a lot of reading.
Great. Christina is next.
All right. Well, so many beautiful things here, Elise. So when you first started talking, just kind of piggybacking on Tiffany, welcome to the Lightworker's journey. It's a hell of a ride, and it ain't easy. Loneliness, feeling lost, feeling overwhelmed, how many times I've been put down on my knees, ready to give up. And that is kind of, I think, for many of us, part of what makes us the compassionate healers that we are, or trying or aiming to be. So you're absolutely on the right path. Don't give up. Know that it's building you to be as strong as you are. I also agree with what has been said so far. Many people go and take a million courses, but it's really, even if you just do one course or one thing, or not even do a course because it's naturally coming in from the guides, just do that and get more often in what I call pause and receive. Because we are living in this world where it's like do, certifications, this and that, and all the accomplishments. But sometimes, and right now I feel especially because we're getting so much activations, even from the solar flares and the storms and all of that, right, Tiffany? That it's really important we take enough time to also rest and integrate what is being given to us without us making a lot of effort, because I find trying to make it happen can stop us. Also, you mentioned something about liking to touch people. I had that a few years ago where I was still working more in health and nutrition. I was like, I need to get my hands on people. I just got this really clear, like, I need to get my hands on people. And I knew it wasn't massage. And that's when I was like, okay, I need to get back to my Reiki and get the Reiki master. And that's when everything then boom, 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 just unfolded naturally. So that's a really good guidance. Also, when you mentioned the triangle, I actually got more that it's like a key or an activation. That's what I got. They showed me that they turn against each other in direction, the inner and outer circle. Yeah, not sure, whatever, maybe play with that. And I know you had put in the chat a general question about mentoring, and I just want to encourage you. I myself, and I work with people and all kinds of stuff, I took a mentor because I think it is so important for us healers and intuitives to get supportive, to also have somebody to reflect back to us what we're experiencing. And just the ascension period right now is so intense. So I would say all hands on deck, and reaching out for help and support or finding the right groups is super crucial. So follow your heart and you already have all the right guidance.
Thank you so much. Yes, because when I leave my job every day of giving out, and taking in all of that energy, I just want to be with my dogs and some meditation and, next to the creek and my nature. I want so much to be in connection with somebody to bounce these things off of. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, I would encourage you, you are in connection with people to bounce these things off of. Then there are more ways that you can connect with our community and with all the practitioners here. And yeah. All right, I think DoveLight is probably next. Yes, DoveLight.
Thank you so much for sharing your story. Every time you share something, I have an example, similar thing, not in the same, but similar thing. Even I have a lot of dots on my face and beauty marketing, they call it. And I always tell my family who are asking, oh, that's my constellation. That's my constellation. It's a reflection from the universe. I always tell them, so I can relate to that. Now, with your beautiful story that you share us, thank you so much. What was your question, please, in a sentence, in one single sentence? Thank you.
If you have any general wisdom or anything to share about like the direction of my journey, or what am I supposed to be doing next?
Thank you so much. Yeah, because I can pick up so much from everything that you're saying, because I can tap into the soul when speaking. So if you give me a sentence directly, I can directly go. The first thing they're telling me is that you have to treat your body as your temple. Eating healthy, or eating at your times, drinking water when according to your body, sleep hours. They're going through the basics. They're telling me that there might be the possibility that you might be stressed from your work and that you are forgetting about the temple of your soul. How are we going to live a spiritual? How are we going to serve the divine? How are we going to save creator? How are we going to fulfill our purpose if we don't take care of our vessel? If we're going to get sick for things that it can be redirected or reavoided. So they're telling me straight up, please be mindful of your health, healthy habits. Don't skip meals, don't skip breakfast. They're telling me, try to do exercise that resonate with you, things like that. Believe it or not, the basic simple things of life are the things that help us move forward. They're telling me that you are never alone. You are telling us all this beautiful spiritual experience. Where do you think they're coming from? They're coming from your angels, from your ancestors, from the divine. And where do they think they hang out all day? They hang out around you. They are around you. You are never alone. I know it's hard for us because they don't have a physical body. Actually can teach you a trick to be able to touch them. But the thing is that they're telling me you are never alone. The other thing about happiness, I'm aware that being happy means that I'm on the right path. Trust your feeling, trust your path. You are ready to a new beginning. You can see the perspective. You want something that is more fulfilling emotionally. Perhaps you generally feel on a soul level that your cycle at your job is over and you're ready to embark on a new beginning. You have to open up if you choose to do so. I'm not saying, please be open to perspective. You can leave your job. You don't have to leave it right away and be in the black. You can start planning right now, structure what my other possibility. I can start looking or applying for other jobs. I can perhaps do it gradually. getting less hours. You don't have to complete yourself out of the income that you need to survive and pay your rent in order to continue spirituality. Now, the other thing that they're telling me right now, please don't confuse the main point. The most spiritual thing you can do right now is to honor that you're feeling stress where you are at this moment at your job. Right now, if you are compassionate to yourself and you have patience to yourself and to your journey, right now you are advancing in a soul level more than going to do Reiki to people or read to people or everything. So that's the first thing. The spiritual, general spiritual walk is to live your human life aligned to your soul. You definitely ready for new beginning. I can see you there. That's something that it can open up a new possibility. You don't have to leave it right away. They're telling me it doesn't have to be black or white. You can plan. You can start applying. You can start seeing the possibilities. They keep saying perception, perception, perception. Take a deep breath. They're also telling me that you're extremely good to animal communication as well. If you haven't done that already, they're telling me that you will become very good at it. There is something on your soul purpose related to helping and healing animals as well. And it comes gonna come more natural to you. Perhaps that's the main thing that's gonna help you to translate to humans. Okay? And remember, you are never alone. They keep telling me you are never alone. We're hearing your prayers. We're hearing your thoughts. We're listening. We will guide you. It's not about being lazy. They will guide you to where to go. But first you need to come back to yourself and to know that there is so many possibilities. Don't wait until you have to get sick in order to leave that job. If you genuinely want to leave, you can plan it now. You can make a plan. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much. I am at that realization where I'm thinking I need to do something in parallel to this job so that I can stop this job in the next. So I'm going to go each year. I'm not going to look long term. I'm going to stay in this job and not be afraid of what retirement looks like. I'm going, like next month, I'm starting in my community. I'm going to start meditation group. And so that's my first thing. I'm kind of putting that out there and jumping out of my box to start this meditation group. But, and right from that, I'm hoping that opens up some other, I already have people in the community wanting some Reiki for me, though I don't do it officially. So trying to get through those, like that confidence to be able to start branching out into those areas. Thank you so much, everybody.
It's great. We've got more. So Krissey's got something, and I want to say, don't call it Reiki, call it something else.
Yeah.
Krissey's got something.
I let everyone else speak, but what came through me as soon as you started talking was I saw an image of you as like a librarian, like a bookkeeper, a record keeper, but not of a physical form, like you were a light being that was walking the halls of the cosmos, just keeping track of everything, documenting everything. And as that continued to play through my mind, something came to me and said that you're a crystalline being. I know everyone hears the concept that we're all crystalline beings, but it's more related to our genetics because we have crystalline forms within our genetics, and that makes us a crystalline being. What I'm talking about in reference to you is like there are actual crystalline beings that are kind of, their job is to literally absorb information. Kind of like crystals do. Like scientists now know you can store information on little tiny bits of crystals, and you can even convey that information into genetics. But you are a record keeper. You are here to absorb any and all information. You have literally a Rolodex of gifts and abilities that you can activate for the simple fact that you've been absorbing information over lifetimes because you are at the core a crystalline being, and that's what you're supposed to do. So if you want to do it all, do it all. If you want to just go one direction and go that one direction, you can, but you are limitless. Literally, you're limitless. Whatever you want to tap into, you don't even have to follow the constructs of what spiritual healing is as we know it. You can tap into other stuff that we don't even know about yet and bring it to this realm. So explore, take your time, figure it out, dibble and dabble in everything, and create your own.
that just blew me away because my father and my two brothers, they seem like my father passed, but he was very much like a record keeper type person, like of a different realm. And I don't know what anybody thinks, but I often feel that this is my last time around if I choose it to be. But I feel like, wow, I started so late in this earth life to really get to this point. But I know this is just earth years, right? But I feel like this might be my last time around with this human body. But I don't know. I love humans. I don't always like to be around them, but I love them and I care about them.
Great. Yeah, so I love what everyone is saying, and I want to encourage you to get experience with people. Just how far out is the meditation experience? You said when is that starting? When is the meditation group starting? Is that not till next year?
Oh, that's October. It's going to be October 8th is my first one that I'm going to hold. And
yeah, it's great. I think doing something and just letting yourself do something is really going to get a lot of things started. If you want to be so super careful, you can online get yourself like a ministry certificate so that you're covered in terms of touching people since you're doing hands-on healing. So there are lots of easy ways to do that online. You want to look at whatever California is, but yeah, so that's easy. And
I'm not always sure if I'm going to go into that way, but we'll see.
But even if you're just slightly hands-off people, there's energy that you're sending. And so letting yourself get experience. So just with, someone that agrees, that lets you, and the more you can and let yourself do it where it's fairly safe for you first with friends or whoever that is. And trees, I saw you like holding your hands on trees. And because not only do you receive from them, but you're also healing them. So letting yourself just have these experiences. And then with people, as you feel comfortable, let it be people that you don't know. And just find out what happens for them. Just go in with an openness for you to discover. And then as you feel comfortable, let yourself start to receive donations and charge. Just let it happen gradually, whatever feels comfortable to you. And trust that it's the universe supporting you to be able to support others.
I was wondering if Ryan had any input, but I know we're running late, so if we can't, that's
let's see
okay.
if Ryan can come back on, if Ryan's got something. Ryan, can you come back on? Yeah, Ryan, it's still early on in our panel, so not knowing, maybe it's the first one, not knowing the protocol of how we do this. And we're all going late. Yeah, so Ryan might not have anything right now. Ryan may be willing to share something brief afterwards, not having been here the whole time. Thank you so much, Elise, for being here and letting us support you. So I know we have some practitioners that might need to leave. I want you to give you an opportunity to share about yourself, your contact info, if you want to share your special and all those things. So does anyone have to leave right now? We've actually got more people in line. We'll do what we can. I'll refund whatever we don't get to. We have Bliss and Afina. All right, it sounds like no one's wanting to leave just now. Okay, Bliss, did you want to come up? Is Bliss still here? Let's see if okay, here's Bliss. Great.
Hi, I'm here. I forgot how I worded my question.
I got it
but
if you want it.
Yeah, that I do want it.
Okay, let me read. So I've been feeling stuck and frozen. What is my genetics origin and what nudges do I need to hear in alignment with my highest and most optimal path?
And I'd like to clarify that that's part of the stuck feeling is only part of my experience. It's not a constant.
Yeah, so letting people tap in. And I say your energy today, right now, doesn't feel as stuck and frozen as because again, I've seen you over years. And there's a greater softness in this part of your face. So I don't know if you can sense that in yourself. Yeah, in your cheeks and around your eyes. And yeah, you feel softer and more open and more accepting of the journey. And I imagine that you feel safer inside you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I
And
identify with all of those sensations, and I hadn't, from a tactile perspective, I hadn't really thought of it like that. It just kind of, yeah, I guess I felt it but didn't have words for it. So thank you. That helps a lot.
yeah, it's like a softening. That's why I imagine like it's so you're moving around on camera too a lot more than you used to. So I feel like there are many ways that you are unfrozen. And it may be that there are moments when you go back to how you were and you're having so much time now in a much more fluid space that it feels strange now to be the way you were before.
That I resonate with that as well.
So where you're worrying that there's a problem when you feel frozen, I think it's a way that you're able to acknowledge all your progress. So it's actually a really good thing that it helps you see how much more open you are.
Oh, it's like a gauge. Uh-huh. Yeah, thank you for that.
You're welcome. All right, we've got Christina and then DoveLight.
Hi, Bliss. Thanks for joining us and your question. So it's getting a bit later, so I need to focus to get the messages in. But coming back to the whole starseed origins, I think you've had many different origins, but the one that came up the first for me was probably Andromedan and the Andromeda galaxy. So not Andromeda constellation, Andromeda galaxy, which is outside the Milky Way. And it's a place of very high vibrational beings. And the Andromedan starseeds overall have a bit of a harder time with the human incarnations because it is so dense here, and the origins are so much of a higher dimensional. I'm wondering if, besides the normal incarnation as a human that can be challenging currently, and I don't know about some of the other panelists and people that are here visiting us today, have been feeling, especially this year, the speeding up of the ascension, the amount of solar energy coming down, the solar flares, the geomagnetic storms. I personally have been really struggling at times where I was just not able to function at all. And I wonder if maybe you're perceiving it even more heightened and maybe gets where that frozen state comes from, that it's just a lot for you to integrate with your very high dimensional background. So that is what came in first for me. So I don't know if any of the other panelists can add to that, and maybe I'll come back with some more things coming in once they're done. Do you have any questions on anything I've said?
I don't. That made perfect sense. That's how I feel the experience is like as well. And I've been tracking it through Schumann resonance and other various ways of measuring the solar flares, and I've been able to correlate when they're heightened, especially that's when I feel that frozen feeling especially. So
and so it might be nice, and I'm also working that for myself, right, to reframe some of these experiences, because the ascension is a fantastic and absolutely amazing occurrence, and we're so blessed to be here, and we all volunteered to come down. Like we're like, I'm on Earth, I'm on Gaia for this event, to reframe it into a more positive experience. So when we're feeling overwhelmed and really when this happens, to fully honor the needs of your physical, mental, and emotional body and rest as much as you can. And, step away from anything busy, just to be as nurturing and nourishing to yourself as you possibly can. And to not fight it, to basically surrender to the process. What also can be helpful is, if we are working on increasing our vibration, it's easier to integrate the energies coming in. So whatever else you can do in your vibrational self-care, I don't know, do you do Reiki on yourself, or do you have any other things you're practicing?
Yeah, I'm a Reiki practitioner.
Perfect. So I don't know if you do every day, or maybe do a bit more, like to really do whatever you can with your own energy work to raise your vibration. Makes the experience a little easier. So that's what I've learned, that I need to really every day be committed to that, to integrate with more ease.
Yeah, I agree. I found a flower essence for integration that I really am enjoying working with. And some days I do forget to do the Reiki in my routine, but for the most part I've been pretty well sticking with it. And I noticed on days when I don't, I can feel a big difference in my outer environment and experience.
Yeah. Wonderful. So I'm gonna give it to the next person, but any questions, let me know. And thank you.
And are you
Thank you.
staying for the next one, or did you have to take off? Because I want you to be able to share. Okay. All right, DoveLight.
You said your question was, do you feel frozen in time? Just to make sure I understand that correctly.
I was commenting that some of the time I experience like a freezing in my body, and I feel like the level of stuckness that I experience is much more considerably debilitating when it does happen than I notice other human beings seem to not have to go through that.
What I'm picking up for you, it's that it could be like an energetic self-defense because you don't feel them like too intrusive, and you wanna not inside of you, like so it feels like as if you're freezing. It's almost like fight or flight, and then you freeze, but not necessarily for a physical danger, but actually energetic. You don't feel comfortable with people's energies as much, so you don't want it to get into it. Somehow your energy feels like no, no, you over there, I'm over here, kind of like a bubble. I'm picking up very strongly that there is something, or that it's going to flower in your life, is gonna blossom by the next spring. Something related with your spirituality. I feel like the friends that are in your life are for a reason. You are becoming more discerning on who you share your energy and who doesn't. Now it's the time to understand that when a friend doesn't align with the things that you're doing at this moment, that's okay. Let them go. You keep going with your path. You are here for a reason. You're here for a purpose. So even when you feel that you're stuck in life or you're not moving forward in life, remember everything goes in divine timing. If you go too fast, you're gonna be waiting in the train station for hours. If you go too slow, you're gonna miss the train. And everybody has a different pace. They're also telling me, do not, and I think you're getting this already, do not compare your progress to everybody else's progress. Do not compare yourself to others. When you have your own journey, you are here for a reason, and we process things different. So please keep honoring your own pace, like beat at the drum of your own pace. There is something that they're telling me, and I'm also seeing in the cards here that it has a little bit of self-sabotage, or perhaps things were going in your life behind your scene without you realizing. It has to do with family or with stability as well. But the higher lesson at this moment is for you to nurture yourself, something related to motherhood, or perhaps forgive your mother or something on that line. But it comes at the same time with having the passion to go for what is that you want. What's the career that you want? Not the career that your family wants, not the path that they wish they could go, or the thing that you should be doing. What is that you genuinely want, and you go for it. That's what I'm picking up also. Perhaps also you're been contemplating moving to a new home or something on that line, or places. You don't have to do it right away if you want to, but you can start exploring places to be more independent. But overall than that, what I'm picking up from you, it's that you're never stuck or frozen in time. You only have the belief in just you're stuck in time, because sometimes it's a blessing when we can allow time to just go back to ourselves. Now, what I'm also picking up for you, I'm feeling like you're really strong empath, and you can pick up stuff really quickly like a sponge. So you boundaries and protection, very important for you, part of your routine, the bubble of protection. Okay, thank you so much.
You can finish your sentence. If there was more to your sentence, go ahead.
I definitely highly recommend you to do exercise of your bubble of protection. Call upon light. It's simple. Green color for healing, blue color for protection, whatever it resonates the best for you, it will help you a lot, because you're here for a reason, but you're not to take on other people's energy or even their sorrows or their problems. You're not supposed to go down with them. You are meant to be a support, and if they don't want to take the help, they don't take it. But you are not meant to go down with the people you're supposed to help, energetically, physically, and verbally. I just wanted to honor that but you definitely came here for a reason, a very important reason that keep telling me. Thank you.
Thank you, DoveLight. We've got Ryan and then Krissey.
And Bliss, do I have permission to talk to your spirit guide?
Yes, you do.
Thank you so much. Please give me a minute and I'll tune into your genetic lineage, your DNA, and find out information how that you can become unstuck, which is one of your questions. Just one moment, please. Connecting with your energies. Talking to your spirit guide, one moment. Receiving a message, one moment. One moment. Okay. You are a very old ancient soul as well. I'm seeing a theme tonight, and I'm seeing that you are over 100,000 years old. So that is an old soul, and you have very, very genetic different lineages in terms of DNA, in terms of extraterrestrial DNA. I'm seeing in you, you have a star. You're definitely a starseed. You have Andromedan. You're Andromedan through and through like me. I'm seeing a lot of Andromedan in you. I'm also seeing Lyran, feline Lyran, like a sort of like a lion face. I'm seeing a reptilian. I'm also seeing different elemental beings. I'm also seeing Arcturian and also Pleiadian as well. So you're bringing in a lot of these DNAs, different energies into this life. In terms of being stuck, you do have a lot of insecurities I'm seeing in your energies, and there's a ways of becoming unstuck. Your spirit guide's saying meditate, meditate, meditate. Meditation, I think other people have mentioned this as well. Meditation is going to be very key and important to you in terms of opening you up spiritually and becoming unstuck. So because when you meditate, you're going to be talking with your spirit guide. Your spirit guide's going to be putting messages in your head. So don't be scared if you all of a sudden feel like, oh, what was that? What was that message? So you're going to be getting messages very randomly, but they're going to be coming from your spirit guide. So meditate, meditate, meditate is I'm beginning. That's the number one method to becoming unstuck according to your spirit guide. And hopefully that resonates with you.
It does. I do meditate daily, and that's how my life started transforming. And I have no doubt that that's going to be the key to all of the unfolding of my life and the blossoming. So thank you for confirming that.
You're welcome.
And for the information about the you mentioned to speak to my spirit guide. I actually do not do that currently when I meditate. So that is probably going to be extremely helpful, and I'm going to try that.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
Ryan.
you.
Krissey's next.
All right, the message that I have that just popped up because I wasn't I wasn't going to say anything, but then they was like pushing me to say it because it's more of what the work that you're doing. They're speaking towards that. So with the Reiki healing that you're doing, it's causing holes in your aura. So they've given me some things that you should do to kind of keep your energy clean, your energy of high vibes per se, especially after working, doing the energetic exchange of doing Reiki. So one of the things they kind of mentioned is making sure you're doing aura cleansing after you're done the day, after you're completely done doing your sessions, that you're doing aura cleansing, spiritual baths after, you're done, to make sure you get all that stuff that you've picked up over each session kind of out of your aura. The other thing they suggested is add into, if you are doing your sessions in a room, or if you're, I don't know if you're going to visit in people's homes or whatnot, but you need to have designated a selenite and a black obsidian crystals that you have charged and activated to be your protection while you're doing this work. So basically, you're just speaking into the crystal and activating it to clean and clear the energies that surround you at all times. That is what you're giving these crystals to do as they're bidden as you use them. So adding that to underneath the table while you're working, that's a suggestion that they gave. Also, the last thing is making sure that you're cutting the connection with these people after the sessions are done. Because that is, some of these people are still kind of intertwining with your aura, and they're draining you and they're causing these holes. So make sure you're either speaking, thinking, or doing some type of physical act to make sure you're cutting the cord when you're done with the Reiki sessions. And that's all I have.
All right, great. Bliss, anything else you want to share? Just a response. I know Bliss turned off videos, so I'm. Bliss, is there anything else you wanted to share in response? Hopefully you heard all that. We are recorded, just in case not. All right, and let's see. So I'm going to bring Elise back on because Ryan is back. Elise, is that all right? And then Ryan can share. And then we've
Yes,
actually got
please.
one last question that I'd love to be able to address at least a little bit. Okay,
Yes,
so
hi,
Ryan and Elise.
hi, Elise. Do I have permission to talk to your spirit guide?
Absolutely, Ryan.
Thank you so much. Please give me a minute, and I'm going to tune into your genetic origins, as well as seeing what your life purpose and soul mission is, and making sure you're aligned to that and what you're currently doing. So one moment, please. Connecting with your energies. Speaking with your spirit guide. Receiving information. One moment, please. One moment. Okay. You are actually a very old ancient soul as well. There's a theme here tonight. You actually are over 600,000 years old, and this is very, very old and ancient. And I'm seeing a lot of different DNA in you in terms of your starseed origins. I'm seeing Lyran, very, very highly. You've had many Lyran reincarnations. However, you've had also Andromedan, Arcturian, Reptilian. I'm also seeing, well, obviously human. I'm also seeing Alpha Centaurian, Syrian, very big on Syrian as well. So you're bringing in these energies into your current life, and a lot of these starseed DNA is affecting you in your current life. In terms of what you're going to do as one of your life purposes and life mission is actually healing, which is not surprising given everyone else's what they said, I believe. And in terms of, I listened to some of that while I was away, and everyone mentioned healing, and you're healing, and you're a healer. Well, you're a natural born gifted healer, because I'm seeing many past lives you were a healer. You've had 5 past lives where you were a native and you're doing shamanic healing, and you were doing many past lives where you're dealing in magic and light magic and dark magic too, but you learned from that. But you were doing all types of magic, and you're very magical, and you've had very shamanic past lives, and you're bringing in all those energies into your current life in terms of healing, because you want to heal others. You have an innate ability to do healing, and you want to heal others very badly. This is very important to you in your soul purpose and life mission. You very badly want to heal people and also heal yourself. You are healing yourself. You are going through a spiritual awakening and spiritual transformation. So you're going, as you heal yourself, you're going to be healing others. And so you're on the right path according to your spirit guide. You are awakening up more to your spiritual self and your remembrance of who you are, and you're on the right path. So you're going to be opening up more spiritually. You're going to be doing healing. You already do healing, but you're going to be doing more of it, and you're going to do different modalities, and you're going to incorporate your own exclusive modality. Once you learn about more modalities, you're going to incorporate that into your own modality. And this is a great opportunity to earn part-time or even a full-time income within the next 2 to 3 years as you learn this, as you grow and spiritually grow. And your spirit guide is so loving, and they love you very much. And they're going to be with you and supporting you 100% on your spiritual journey. And that's what I got for you.
The whole time you spoke, my whole body is covered in goosebumps.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Ryan.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you much, Elise, for not only stepping in, asking a question, asking very specifically that you wanted Ryan to share.
Thank you so much. And I do have to actually get going now. So I just want to thank Laureli for having me at this fair. It was a great time. I enjoyed giving messages. And if anyone else is interested in receiving readings from me, you can check me out on my website, which is psychiclighthouse.com. I connect directly with your spirit guide and give you direct answers. And that's what I enjoy doing. I also do past life and starseed origins. And that's what I specialize in. So if you're interested in receiving direct answers and channel messages direct from your spirit guide, please check me out. And thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it so much.
Great. And then there's a 20% off code in the chat. And I'm so sorry you have to
there
go.
is.
Athena is the next person that's up. And yeah, so just letting you know, Athena's one of our practitioners and vendors. Thank you, Ryan. Bye-bye, Ryan.
Hi, you guys.
Hi, Athena.
First, I wanted to say I have so much gratitude for the conversation tonight. I've never felt so much at home. Besides being in a MeWe fair. That's my and yeah, I am a MeWe practitioner. I'm a mom of 7, and I really liken myself to kind of being the divine feminine. I'm kind of new at this, not new at this because my soul's known it for as long as I've been here. Like I remember being a little girl and like looking at the trees, like, oh my gosh, these are trees, and this is grass, and these are my hands. Oh my gosh. And so, but I got confirmed tonight that I am a starseed. I think I've always kind of known that. I always had like the kind of general, like not feeling like I belonged, or just feeling like just deep injustices of the world from like a really young age. I remember like being in the principal's office in like 3rd grade and like feeling all the injustices of the world. like just taking on the principal, right? Like he threw me out of his office. I think I was in like 3rd or 4th grade, like bringing me back to apologize, you know? And so I guess kind of my questions are, I guess, also from a really young age, I took a lot of baths. I always had to like ground myself in the water. Like, and like when I say that, like when the world gets too tough and uncomfortable for me, sometimes I'll just leave the tub filled up and I'll go back in and out throughout the day. And I've done that since probably like I was 4 or 5, as long as I could remember. I would always ground myself and like put myself in the water. I never felt like I belonged, and then I found out I didn't belong. I found my biological father on Ancestry DNA 3 years ago, and he was like this beautiful, Laureli, I met him, this beautiful, tall king with these like long dreads, like to almost his waist. And when I did my DNA, I found out that he was a direct descendant of Ramesses III. Like it was in our DNA chart. And I really wanted to talk to Ryan, but I just want to know like what you guys have for me. I'm a practitioner right now. I do pop-up events, and I was just right on the precipice of quitting because it's just really it's hard to maintain events in the Pacific Northwest when it rains outside, and for this to be my full-time job as a mom. Like I have 4 kids at home, all teenagers, like ages 9 to 16. And I know I run this beautiful business called All the Wishes. And I'm just trying to sew into that and find my way and my next steps.
I'll speak. What is your practice? What do you practice?
I do a lot of things. I do Reiki. Well, right now I'm a crystal and jewelry dealer that grants wishes. So yeah.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I'm a crystal and jewelry dealer.
I just say share the whole range of what you do. Yeah, so she knows the range of all the things.
Okay, so I'm a crystal and jewelry business. My business is called All the Wishes, and I grant wishes for BIPOC, LGBTQ, and underprivileged women. And I'm really just trying to sow into the universe and teach women that they are worthy of all the things. Like we are worthy of all the abundance and all the love and all the wishes. And yeah, that's what I do. My ears are burning. I'm sorry.
Okay, but do you practice anything spiritually?
No, not specifically. No,
Okay.
not yet. I've been traveling with MeWe. I've been traveling with MeWe for about a year and a half now. I travel with like Laureli, and I do in-person fairs though. So I'm just kind of jumping online and like trying out my gifts and my talents and connecting. Is that what I was supposed to share, Laureli?
Yeah, so Krissey, if you wanted to share, go ahead, or DoveLight can go. Yeah.
DoveLight can go.
Can you please repeat your question in one simple sentence? But I truly love enjoying listening to your story. Thank you.
I guess I'm just kind of trying to figure out like where I'm going, like who I am and what's my next steps, I guess. Like what like I feel like I do all the things, you know. And I'm trying not to live in fear anymore of growing my business and really stepping into, I guess, myself and who I am.
Okay,
And
thank you so much for sharing.
I understand you said practically that it's starting to rain again out here in the Pacific Northwest, and it rains so much of the year, and you've been doing so many outdoor events this summer. So where to go, what to do?
Okay, thank you. Because the first, I pick up so much information randomly, so sometimes when the focus in the question, I get to focus, but I'm picking up it strongly that there is some type of blame going on in your energy field, so you have to take responsibility of your well-being. Don't blame others. It's not the universe, it's not other people's energy, it's not the tax, it's not this and that. You take responsibility for what you have control over, the choices you have control in your life, in your health, and in your path. And definitely there is keep telling me something about your body. What they're telling me right now, it's please don't bypass signals from your body. If you feel that you're not feeling well, go to your licensed practice doctor. If you feel a pain that doesn't go away, please go to your licensed doctor, whoever doctor you trust, because you as the head of the family, of the supporter of your children, has to be good, have to be well in order for you to provide out of everything they're coming up with that. Why? Because they're telling me that you're stressing too much, you are worrying too much to the point that it's affecting your perspective of where to go. And I'm not saying that I don't understand. You need to have an income. You need stability. We all need to pay our bills. But remember, when you stress so much, that affects the stomach. The stomachs are bleeding, the immune system lowers, and you don't want to be in a position that you're confused about where to go financially, yet now with your health. Like invest in your health always. You understand?
I'm sorry, I just had surgery last Monday. That's why I've been in bed. I also have ovarian cyst. I have high blood pressure. I have Crohn's disease. I've been very sick, and this whole time I've been very sick.
Thank you so much for sharing that, because that's the fair. I pick so many things. They're telling me your body is priority, your health is priority. You are going to have an opportunity. It's gonna come slowly, but I can see it, I can feel it, I can know it, that you're gonna have an opportunity to have more financial stability. It's gonna take a little while until you figure it out, but it's gonna come. However, you have to be strong in your sense of well-being. You also are a priority. You have to be strong for your kids, they're telling me. Also, there is definitely abundance coming to your life for your family. And I feel like some of your kids, even though they're teenagers, seeing you the way you are with your health, they're gonna reflect back the support. Isn't there so contrast to mature like more quickly than others? Not because of you per se, because they choose. That's why the reason they choose it. So you are not alone. I'm feeling that there is gonna open up opportunity, perhaps to networking or connection for you to bring more income into your life in a way that is going to help you to have more stability. But it is very important that you always, like the other people I was telling him, perception. It's not sometimes black and white. You trust the divine. You trust the divine is backing you up. You trust the divine is going to heal you. You trust the divine, you can move forward. You trust the divine that you can have your, because what you say that sometimes you don't know who I am or you know who you are, what you believe about yourself becomes your reality. What's going to come from your words is going to become your reality. But it is very important to release any type of blame. You're not getting sick because you were thinking negatively. People can get sick for everything. For, I don't know, for a salad, for the air, for everything. So it's not your fault that you were getting into that state. It's not that you have something negative and that's how it manifests in your body. That's not what it is. It was not your fault. You have to release all blame so you stop worrying about it. And it's easier to say it and harder to do it, but it's very simple. Just allow yourself a safe space. Tell yourself in the mirror, it's not my fault. I am healed. I know where to go. I have financial stability. At the beginning, it might not sound like it's happening, but because you're a powerful soul, it will start manifesting. Trust me, you are not alone. You are supported by the universe. I can feel the Divine Mother right now telling me I'm not going to leave her alone. I'm walking through her each part of the way. I can also recommend on the side another healer that specializes on what you have if you feel interested. But that's what I'm picking up for you. My recommendation, even though it might be difficult in this situation, is to just allow yourself more time to come back to yourself. Do not let stress overcome you. It's okay to be mindful and to plan, but if we go too much, it lowers the immune system, it makes us sick. You don't want to be that. You're meant to be strong. You're meant to be healthy, okay? Take yourself as a priority. Okay, I hope I make sense with my message. Thank you so much.
It absolutely does. Thank you, DoveLight.
Thank you, DoveLight. We've got Christina and then Krissey.
Wonderful. So I'm actually going to piggyback DoveLight. You brought up such important pieces, and Afina, thank you for joining us and sharing your story. I also felt that the fact that you have 7 children is very significant. And if you're looking for guidance or which way to go, you just need to look to your children, because these are your true guides that have signed up to incarnate with you at the same time. So there's a lot of, I think, karma, trauma, etc. you signed up to resolve in this lifetime. And a lot of that you can find in the different relationship with every child, right? So if you're kind of not sure where to go, look at your relationship with all the 7 children. I think there's so much wisdom in there. So it's almost like, instead of trying to make a business work to support the children, like, make the children the main focus, because I think a lot of clarity and wisdom will come through them to you. Like what are they teaching you? What is being cleared, and shedding light on that to really bring it up and out. I think that's going to accelerate a lot of the karmic work all of you have signed up to do together. So it's very significant. The number 7 is very powerful. I also got a quick moment where I feel like you, besides having different lifetimes and different systems, definitely have a aquatic being background, which is Sirius. And I think it's Sirius B or C. I don't get the clear. So it's not a mermaid or merman, but one of the other aquatic beings that could have been a hybrid. So water is, as you already said, is your element. And you need to keep this in your daily or weekly routine for ongoing healing. So whether you continue with the baths or even, a Epsom salt foot bath every night, or if you can go floating or go to the pool, I think water is really, really crucial for you. Even just floating in the water is going to activate codes and memories that you're looking to bring in this lifetime. So that's what I got so far, and maybe Krissey can fill in some others. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. No real questions. I just, I do all forms of water. And I always have. Like, I work near water. Like, I've always been in the service, some type of service industry. I was really upset. I found out I was, well, I'm a Scorpio with a Virgo moon and a Virgo rising. So I was really upset because I'm so sunny and bubbly, and to find out I was like these dark, like critical signs, I really had to like take a look at myself and like, but I don't, that's what I wanted to know. My spirit guides. I don't know my spirit guides. And so I was really curious about who was walking with me. Yeah, a lot of questions.
Well, again, the spirit guides would come through your children, but also it might be more of the, I remember when I was connecting with my guides, but I didn't know what they looked like. Like I didn't, like some people say, I have a tiger, I have this. And for me, it was just a few years back realizing that my spirit guides might not look like fairies or angels. And so when I opened up to the idea and I went, on a journey, traveled out in the universe, opening up to really ask, I want to meet my family. And they were more Arcturians. They are more like alien looking, which is not fun, right? It was, we want like angels. So, and the aquatic beings can be quite, they're not all pretty in our human experience. So sometimes also opening up to all these other creatures out there and not being scared of them, then they become a bit more visible in our lives. So I don't know if that might be helpful.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Krissey is next.
Okay. What's coming through, and that's why I specifically asked you if you had a practice. Like, did you do any type of spiritual practices, workings? Because you might even think of it as magical workings. The foundation, that's what I actually just got when I took the mute button off, is your foundation of your practice is missing. So hopefully these things that they gave me to give to you will help with establishing the foundation of your spiritual magical practices. Do you have Disney Plus?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Yes.
Have you watched Beyonce's Black is King? You need to watch that. Okay, that's
I
one.
love homework. I love homework.
That's one thing you need to do.
Okay.
The second thing, I'm sorry, what?
I said I love homework.
Oh, okay. All right. The second thing is, and this is a side note, I actually have Egyptian royalty in my blood too. Let's just say that. And because of those genetic markers, you're kind of geared to work with the cultural practices of that's what's in your bloodline. Obviously you have more than just that in your bloodline, but you can start with those areas to start figuring out once again what your foundational practices should be. So number 2, Google search Egyptian deities, like the images, and see which ones kind of pop out to you. And then, through discernment, Google and learn what they're about, what they do, what their Kemetic names are, because some of their meanings and stuff was kind of missed in translation when they took it from the hieroglyphs and used it as a language system and put it into English words. So do some searches on the ones that kind of pop out to you, because that's going to be your connection that you're going to have, is that visual is like, that sparks something into me. And then you're just going to do a search and see how they might relate to you. Their so-called gifts and abilities, how that might relate to you, how you might interact with them, things like that. Another one you need to Google is the Orishas. You'll know what I'm talking about once you see it.
I know who the Orishas are. Yes.
Yeah, Black is King. I'm not supposed to tell you who's kind of working with you right now, but you keep talking about the water. So from your research, you can kind of figure it out. The one that's kind of really revealing.
But so I guess I'm afraid to just be like, I feel like sometimes like everybody is, working with ISIS, and everybody is, Sekhmet in their past life, or, Yamaya, or, so I know the deities, I guess. Like, I don't know anything about hoodoo. Like, I've never practiced any of that stuff, but I know who Oshun is. And I know, I did a road opener with Papa Legba, like, so I know, I know, but I just have not been like active in that. I haven't like dived into that. Or like I do some tarot, I do some, but not like deep. One time I was at a MeWe fair, and I went to the fair, and I checked into my hotel, and I heard my guide say, "You're going to go downstairs and you're going to read tomorrow." And I said, "What?" And they're like, "Yep, lay out your cloth and get your cards out. You're going to go read tomorrow." And I come downstairs and I got my cloth all laid out. Laura's like, she's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Spirit says I'm going to read." And she's like, "Okay." And so I read that day and I did amazing. And so I'm trying to find my way and get comfortable and really like start using my gifts and
Yep.
start
As I
using.
said, your foundation is
Okay.
missing. So we're going to work on getting the foundation there. Can you guys hear me and see me?
Yes.
Okay, because my screen is frozen. So I was just making sure.
Yeah.
All right. The third thing, kind of rolling off what DoveLight talked about with a lot of the dis-ease that is going on with your body. What they kind of showed me is getting like clay pots that have like the lids on. They don't have to be that big, and getting as many as you have elements. So all of the diseases that you kind of mentioned when DoveLight was talking about some of the stuff that's going on with you, the discord that's going on in your body, get a clay pot for every single one of those diseases, and write them on a piece of paper, write whatever those elements are, put it on a piece of paper, and you're going to put them in that jar along with blue lotus, either oil or blue lotus flowers that you can get online, and then put any type of oil. And if you can get the actual blue lotus oil, then use that. And what you're going to do, you're going to offer them up to Anubis. And I can't fully say her name, but she's the hippo goddess. So if you do a Google
She's
search,
showing us something.
who?
It's
What is
Blue
it?
Lotus. I'm showing you Blue Lotus.
Oh,
So
you guys are frozen, but I can see Elise. She's
Okay.
moving.
yeah,
So
I have
you're
my
gonna
Blue Lotus.
offer those clay jars to Anubis and to, I think it's Tawat. It's Tawart, but she's the hippo goddess. And you're gonna offer those things to her. You're gonna come up with your own little prayer. You're gonna really get into your emotions, your feelings. You're probably gonna cry and snot and all that stuff when you're doing it, but you're really giving this stuff to them. And you're gonna leave it there and let it be. And once you feel like they've heard you, a sensation is going to come over you. And then what you're going to do, you're going to want to bury the contents in your yard, but throw away the pots.
Okay. Don't bury the pots, throw them away.
You're going to break them and throw them away. You're going to bury the contents inside. So the piece of paper you wrote on, the flowers, the oil, this and that, you're going to dump it into a hole, into the ground. But then you're going to throw, like literally with anger, throw the jars in a garbage can, let them break, and throw them away.
Okay.
All right, that's all I have.
Should the jars be disposed of off of her property, like somewhere else?
No, it can be in a garbage can. Because what I see is like the garbage can that you are going to put out on the street, so the garbage people come get it. So it's going to leave your residence anyways.
Okay, so just away. All right. Well, I know I've got something to share. However, I think Christina needs to take off. So Christina, go ahead and tell us about who you are and what you do and how people can reach you and all those things.
So I'm sorry, I didn't want to cut into Afina's quality time. But so, yeah, my name is Christina Becker. My business called Nourish. I do provide or give intuitive energy healing. I'm an intuitive channel as well. And I do various trainings and Starseed reading, Starseed and Lightworker mentoring, which I think is really important. And you can email me at Christina, that's with a CH, ChristinaBecker.com. And ChristinaBecker.com is also my website. And I want to thank you for having me today, everybody, for sharing in this beautiful transmission. And also thank you to all the other panelists. It was a joy meeting you, and I hope we'll get together again. And with that, I say aloha from Hawaii.
Thank you so much. It's been lovely having you. And all this panel got prompted by Christina. So thank you, Christina. Thank you so much for prompting us to have this, and we will plan more. All right. And yeah, so if anyone else needs to go before I finish with Athena, or there's a little bit more I'll share. Okay. So I looked in the web just at mammals in the ocean, and I just wonder like how you feel like the energy of all these animals, right? So seals and otters and the walrus and the porpoise and just dolphins and whales and just all those. Yeah.
I love them. I would never like go swim with them, or like I was the kid that went to the zoo and felt the pain of the animals, you know?
Yeah.
I was the kid that cried at the zoo because the animals needed to be free.
It's more to let you to dream and to let you just feel the energy of them and to feel their energy with you. That's really what I'm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I feel like part of your journey is to allow yourself to be supported. Right. There's so much that you do on your own and attempt to do on your own. And so that's why the idea of reaching to your kids and allowing your kids to actually support you so that you're not only supporting them in a way that's healthy for them too. Seems like there's something there. But even just if you can let someone just hold your hand, like to hold up your hand so you're not putting any of the energy into holding your hand and really letting you feel that. Or laying down and just letting someone pick up your foot and hold you and really letting yourself rest as much as you can into that being held. And I was thinking about all the other vendors around you that have been doing all the events during the summer, during the day, finding out, letting them support you, asking them, finding out what they do during the winter. What do they do during the fall and the winter? And maybe there's some new places where you can offer your work that's easier on you. And then I don't know if they are doing business that don't have a brick and mortar location yet, but places like The Intentionalist. It's a website for supporting small business, diverse communities, diverse business owners. And so it's people that care about where they spend their money and wanting to support people that they believe in, that share their values. So finding just places in community like this that where you can let yourself be supported by, then you have to be willing to be supported. Like you let yourself be supported by your guides and letting you be more supported by the people on this plane too.
I have a hard time. I've always been the top of the head, right? So
I want to encourage you to say, I used to have a hard time with.
I used to have a hard time with that because I'm always the one in charge or control,
And you could still, right. So like, I'm finding new ways to lead while being supported.
Okay.
Right. Being supported. And I just like, so I just start off like the negative and find your way towards the positive. Like being supported doesn't mean that I'm weak. And like, I'm open to discovering how being supported is a strength.
I have a hard time falling apart. It's hard, right?
Yeah. And it's
just,
yeah. So that's starts to go into the direction of stuff that's here.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you so much. I thank you so much for alerting me that you had wanted to ask a question and waiting all this time.
I should have asked. I'm super patient too. I should ask sooner.
You're learning to like speak out more loudly sooner, and you did, and you spoke out. Spoke up.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you so much, Athena. All right. And thank you so much, Krissey and DoveLight, and those of you in the audience that are still amazingly here. This has been a marathon, 4.5. I've lost track of how many hours panel. They're usually 2.5 hours, and we've gone 4 hours. Okay, so let me put your contact info in the chat again, and please, Krissey and DoveLight, please tell us who you are and what you do so that those that watch the video all the way to the end get a reminder of who you are and how to reach out to you. Krissey.
All right. My name is Krissey. I'm the celestial mystic of Crystal Quartz Metaphysical Shop. I do multidimensional soul intuitive readings and cosmic clarity consults. I also make unique spiritual tools to help with clearing and activating your chakras, your energy bodies, aligning with who you are. I have a very broad connection into the cosmos due to my birthrights and my genetics. So I have access to esoteric and occult knowledge that most people don't have access to. And like I said, I'm running a special. I think it's the MeWe 23 promo code. It's 15% off if you book with me. And I really enjoyed being on this panel, and thank you.
Thank you so much. And is there anything else you want to say about your store too?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, I'm sorry. My screen is still frozen. It's weird.
Oh, okay. Is there anything else you want to say about your store?
No, everything's online. You know what? That's one thing I should throw out. I am not on the West Coast. I am on the East Coast. I am in Pittsburgh, PA. So if you do want to book anything with me, obviously it has to be online, and I do a lot of work online. I have clients in England and Canada, all over the United States. But my store is also online, but over here on the East Coast, I do a lot of spiritual metaphysical fairs and events. I teach classes. I am also a practitioner of Lukumi. So anytime I come around Black or Brown people that are starting their spiritual journey, of course, I'm always going to go back to making sure their foundation is figuring out if they're supposed to be working with any of the Orishas, into hoodoo, voodoo, whatever. I'm also a guide when it comes to that. Now that's it.
Great. Thank you. And both you and DoveLight are on the East Coast, so it's after midnight for both of you. Thank you so much. DoveLight.
I was thinking the same. I mean, the East Coast too, it's almost 1 a.m. But I do this spiritual work because it's not a work. It's something that I love. It's part of my lifetime right now.
It's
not even work anymore. My name is DoveLight from DoveLightOracle.com. And I'm just a regular person. I legit just a regular person. And right now I'm sleepy. I'm also a child from planet Earth. I'm a child of the divine. I'm a child of the Holy Spirit. I am grateful to be here. I'm very honored. And you can have half an hour, a free reading with me. So frequency realm reading, we can go deeper with the message from the divine. If you sign up for the Cacao Facilitator training that we're doing this Sunday, it's going to be online for 13 weeks. Every Sunday, there's going to be live recordings. What I love about this Cacao Facilitator class is going to be taught directly by the indigenous people of Guatemala. 100% of the profits go directly to them so they can create their healing center. Because cacao has become now a new trend and everybody's doing what they want with it, but nobody's giving back to the people that actually are giving their life for the traditions to survive. So they don't even know where it's coming from even. So this is a beautiful way to give back, to generally give back. And yeah, you can have half an hour if you sign up. Show me the screenshot or send me an email. I sign up to the MeWe fairs because this is only for the MeWe fairs. I want to have 1,000 people come. I sign up. MeWe fairs, and yeah, you can have a free reading with me. You might actually add a healing session if we need it too. Like, I love that. Other than that, see you next time. Same channel, maybe same topic. I don't know what topic is gonna come next. Thank you so much. I can't believe you guys are still here. Yay!
Thank you, DoveLight. And then there are a couple of practitioners that didn't get a chance to close out. Coccia had to leave early. She does an intuitive quantum energy healing. Her website is KarenCoccia.com. That's KarenCoccia.com. Karen at KarenCoccia.com. And her event special is 20% off either a virtual soul alignment session, that's deep clearing mindset, up leveling, can address any topic, or a virtual Akashic records session. Releasing repeating patterns, creating freedom and choice in life with, there's a coupon code in the chat if you are here today at the panel. And then also Tiffany Rose, I'm putting her info in the chat now too. Tiffany Rose does Galactic Origins Starseed readings, channeling, energetic healing, and spiritual jewelry. Her website is intuitivetiffany.rose.com. That's intuitive and then TIFFANY rose.com. And her email is tiffanycuran@hotmail.com, TIFFANYCURAN@hotmail.com. And her special is a discount on Galactic astrology chart readings. There's a coupon code in the chat. Book any 1 hour session and you get a bonus oracle card reading as an add-on. And I'm Laureli Shimayo. I'm an intuitive eye reader, body psychology coach, and matchmaker. I read your eyes, read your soul, and I answer questions about your path. I pick up all kinds of information in your body, and I tap into all kinds of other things that I don't fully know how I do what I do. I experienced just a new form of channeling tonight. It's really exciting for me being on the panel. Thank you so much, everyone, for helping me open to that. And yeah, we have so many more events happening here at MeWeFairs.com. Next week, we have a panel on alternative health healing and medical intuition. And for those of you on the West Coast, this weekend I'm going to be at the Rasani Fair. It's the largest fair in Oregon. It's in Albany, Oregon. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for being here. MeWeFairs.com, and we'll be in Seattle next month. Thanks, everyone.